We're going to talk about Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony. I have waited to talk about this until now because I needed to see the facts of the case and the witness statements so I wasn't just out here yapping like most of these other people. Here are the legal facts of the case. Carmelo Anthony went to school armed with a knife. That is illegal. He was in a covered area that was reserved for certain people and he took a seat. That is not illegal. He was asked to leave. He put his hand in his backpack and said, "Touch me, see what happens." That constitutes threats and coercion, which is illegal. At this point, legally, Austin Metcalf had the right to self-defense because he had been threatened. He grabbed Carmelo and tried to move him out of the area, at which point, Carmelo stabbed him and he died. And that is documented by his own admission that he did that, but he thought he was doing it in self-defense. Unfortunately, he is ignorant of the law and he killed someone. The internet is trying to make this into some weird race thing, and it's not. It's a legal issue. 2 young men's lives are over. Anthony Carmelo is going to prison. This happened in Texas, and they ain't sweet there, bro. You can argue in the comments with me all you want. I really don't care. If you look at this from a legal standpoint, dude is guilty as sin, and he's cooked. Here's my question. Is anybody else sick of people on the internet trying to make everything about race? Let me know in the comments. We're going to talk about Austin Metcalf and...
So this train station was about to go bankrupt one day, but no one ever expected a stray cat...
AAA is in trouble. Now this is a video a lot of people want me to watch. An load of people want me to watch. Thank God. Fuck them!
Welcome back, everyone. Today's video is a true bombshell for the games industry.
Yep.
This is one of those things that can have true impact, so let me explain. What just happened is the European Union just rewrote the rules on premium currency in games. Of course, that's the home of Ubisoft, of CD Projekt.
Sorry, it's too quiet.
ICE, of Remedy, and so many other companies. And make no mistake, the new rules that they have just laid out could change gaming utterly. Actually change the games that you play. So you know those bundles where you've got to buy more currency than the item that you want costs? Or perhaps the idea of limited...
Oh, bro, yep, there it is. Jesus, which game is this again? I'm trying to remember. Oh, is this Star Rail? Yeah.
Idea of limited time events, of no refunds and digital purchases. These are all being fought against by legislators. And when the EU takes action, it's a large enough one that it can reverberate around the world.
It will, because Europe is a very big audience. And so, like, if Europe makes laws for something, it will change the way the games are designed. And I think if other countries follow suit, that will again change the way the games are designed. Because games need to hit those mainstream Western markets because that's where the most money is.
And as evidence, how's that USB-C charger on
the country of Europe
working out? There's a lot to talk about. Strap in. This one could actually, honestly, pretty good. Oddly enough, you've got EU legislation to thank for the standardized phone charger situation.
I make a lot of memes about Europe having, like, silly speech rules, but they really get it right with a lot of these consumer protection laws. Like, it's the same as anything, right? Is you're going to have positives and negatives. They really nail it with consumer protections.
The ability to play ROMs on their iPhone. But now we seem to have EU legislation to thank for premium currency being threatened. So here's what went on. In September 2024, the EU proposed the Digital Fairness Act that was targeting all the practices online that make using digital services miserable. And in particular, it calls out dark patterns in video games as one of the targets.
Do you remember, like, in Diablo 4, when the game came out and every single console would default your button to automatically redeem your battle pass, and there wasn't even a confirmation screen?
That's basically the gross manipulation.
Every single console would default your button.
Dark patterns in video games as one of the targets.
Do you remember, like, in Diablo 4, when the game came out and every single console would default your button to automatically redeem your battle pass, and there wasn't even a confirmation screen?
That's basically the gross manipulative techniques they'd trick and strong-arm money out of people. Obviously,
That's right.
especially applying to people who are not yet adults. And this is fairly weighty because in the EU alone, games are obviously big business. Revenues have been going up in the EU. Online game spending in 2018 represented
That's a huge amount.
74% of turnover coming from online revenue.
It's 20% growth in 5 years. That's nuts.
83% by 2022. That's all of those fun, dark patterns actually working and getting digital currency money out of people.
Yeah, dark
But
patterns obviously work. That's why they use them.
those dark patterns target the most vulnerable people the most. And there's no one more
Farming
vulnerable in the
retards.
eyes of the law than children. Children who spend an average of €31 a month on online games, according to data from Video Games Europe.
And
Now
this
that-
is another big component, is that the majority of games that are advertised to children that have loot boxes in them are not 18 plus. Like, there are many games that use different types of, like, deceptive marketing like this. Their target audience is people who are underage.
It's actually went down from 2023. I guess that's good. Everyone's feeling a little bit of the economic pinch, but it's not stopped the EU from taking action to protect kids, basically, from predatory premium currency models. And in situations like this, there's often a great offender, right, that is held up as
A
an
great offender. Yes, exactly. I think this is pretty good accuracy. And again, the big problem also is that, like, a lot of kids don't really understand the abstraction of, like, numbers and, like, different values. So, like, for example, like, you can understand, okay, I spend $100 and I get, you know, this many pulls on
Dazed woman
average.
is trapped.
Well, kids, it's harder for them to abstract that because they're literally not even high enough level to do that yet, right? Like, you have to be, like, level 12 or level 15, and some of them are level 7. So they're just spending money and they're not thinking about it.
example of somebody doing everything wrong.
Yeah,
so
3 currencies,
you might
exactly.
wonder, is it an Activision game? Is it Ultimate Team from the EA football games? Maybe it was Roblox. No. No, today, it's a game about horses. It's called Star Stable. You've probably never heard of it.
That's right.
But if this all does turn
That's
out
right.
good, we'll have the horse.
Shut it down.
This is Star Stable
Shut it
Online. It
down.
comes from a Swedish developer called Star Stable Entertainment, and it is the game that may have just rewritten rules and monetization in the EU. So, yeah, thanks, Horse Girl. Now, it turns out
That's
that
right.
Star Stable just uses all of the premium currency tactics in the book, which makes it a pretty awesome example, right? Especially because it is targeted at a younger audience. So in March 24, the Swedish Consumer Agency filed a complaint with the EU-wide Consumer Protection Cooperation Network. That's a
What is
mouthful.
this? Yeah.
And that complaint alleged that Star Stable Entertainment were targeting children and using harmful commercial practices that breached EU consumer regulations. Now,
This is the reality for anybody who's not completely intellectually dishonest. These video games absolutely target children. They absolutely advertise to children. And they utilize gambling mechanics and currency obfuscation to confuse children into spending their parents' money. This is their business model. Period.
Now, the findings corroborated much of those allegations. They found that the game made direct appeals to children in their ads, that they were using pressuring techniques like FOMO, which is particularly despicable when it's not, you know, on adults, and there was a lack of transparency on purchases and loads more
Yes.
things. I mean, here's an example of one that's particularly rough. They were responsible for influencers promoting the game to kids without any disclosure of the spending risk. So, in short,
Oh, yeah.
it's bloody well damning. Star Stable Entertainment now have a month to address complaints and propose solutions with their game, but what matters for our purposes today is the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network, we can just call the CPCN. They have laid out what they want. So I'll spell it out by an example. This is what should happen in the ideal world.
Okay.
You, deep gamer, want to buy yourself a new horse. You see that your new horse costs 300 star coins. The store tells you that's around £5, so it just lets you buy 300 coins exactly.
Yes.
Buy exactly what you need for the horse, rather than the current bundles that exist of
I don't think this is what they should do. I think that they should go a step farther. You should be able to buy anything for an amortized value. That is the direct value of the currency in the store. And every instance of in-game currency being assigned a value needs to be accompanied by the USD value right next to it. That's what needs to happen. Like, I'll give you an example.
Buy yourself a new horse. You see that your new horse costs 300 stars.
So, like, this right here. Like, this right here should have in parentheses $3. Theoretically, right? Obviously, it's a different amount, but, like, it's something like this. Every single instance of this being shown on the screen needs to be accompanied with a direct dollar value or local currency value conversion that is easy to understand and is an alternative purchasing method. It's literally that simple.
That exist of 200 coins or 400 coins.
And also, by the way, there is no reason not to have this. The only argumentation not to have this is just so they can confuse the player. There is no benefit to the consumer that the dollar amount or the local currency amount is not displayed. And I think that's a very, very important component. Is that get rid of just fake currencies? I don't mind the fake currencies. The reason why I don't mind the fake currencies is because sometimes you can farm the fake currencies in-game. So it's okay to have the fake currencies, but they have to be assigned a value at all purchase points. I thought about this a lot, and I think that that's the best way to approach it.
Meaning that you always have to buy with some wastage,
Yeah.
which just ends up giving the company more money. So in short, no obfuscation bullshit, no weird tactics.
Yes.
And worst of all for these companies, this will have them bloody well shaking. You'd have to have a refund policy, both for the coins and the horse. And none of this would be pitched as a limited time event where you have got to get the thing right now. So that's an example.
I think that companies should have to refund you for anything that you buy, but they should also be able to ban your account if you refund. I think that's what's fair for both parties.
Of how these policies should
Because,
be
like,
applied.
if you could do that and you could just refund infinitely, what people would do is no, why? Well, let me explain. So what people would do is they would buy a like $100 pack, and then they would do gotcha pulls with it, and then if they don't get the item, they are going to refund the pack and then lose those items and then do the entire transaction over again. I think this is a very annoying process. It's just it'll just be gamed, except keep opening cases, exactly. And so I have no problem with them. I have no problem with them doing this, but I think it's fair for them to ban your account. I do. Maybe I'm crazy for saying that, but I think it's totally fair for them to ban your account if you're buying things and then refunding them constantly. Because they, again, them as a business have the right to refuse service to people that are taking advantage of it. Seems fair. Yeah, sure.
Right, and each is indeed a massive win for consumers. But that would not matter if this amounted to nothing. You could look at all this and think, right, so some Swedish horse game has got a slap on the wrist. No, it's more than that. This seems to have backbone. So here's the big important thing.
Here it is.
These solutions are the backbone of what the European Consumer Organization calls key principles of trustworthy gaming environments.
See, this is the beginning of regulation here. This is something that's long overdue.
These could cause huge problems for anyone who is using premium currency. When I say this could shake the foundations of the game industry economy, I absolutely mean it. So, these, which I'm going to spell out for you, are the minimum requirements for purchasing and using virtual currencies in the EU. And what's neat is the philosophy behind them. So the CPCN considers these premium currencies as an equivalent to the real money that is used to purchase them. And
They are. They are. Just undeniably they are. Like, you don't just get to change it into something else and then say, oh, it's not real money. If you're spending real money to buy something in order to buy something else, because that's the only way to do it, this is functioning as real money. It's dishonest to say otherwise.
That, for them, means that they are just as worthy of legal scrutiny.
Once inside,
So you can see how that is, in a way, a mindset shift that paves the way for actually treating these as they are. So just think about the last game that you played that had a premium currency in it. Whatever that game is, I want you to keep it in mind. And with that in your mind, I'm now going to go through the various different practices that this targets. So, priced for premium currency packs that are a little more than the available product. So you've got to buy extra coins, extra gems, whatever it may be. Obfuscation of how much currency is worth by always...
I don't think that you need a rule for this. I think that you just need to have the option for the individual to purchase the amount of currency that they need exactly, or purchase the item exactly for the converted value of that currency. I think that's all you need to do. Because, like, having it to where, like, you have different price points for things, I feel like this would get very confusing, especially with, like, big stores with a bunch of different items. You should just allow people to purchase the items directly for what the currency conversion rate would be. It's so simple.
Pairing currency
Yeah,
with
it's
other
so
items
simple.
or multiple currency options.
Survival
As
is
an
all
example,
that
I
matters.
think World of Warcraft may actually fall for that.
They all do
because
this.
it includes Trader's Tender
Yeah.
in one of the new mount bundles. Another one, a complete lack of a refund option for making currency purchases or even for in-game items. So there would have to be a refund policy. That's something
Yeah.
none of us are used to in these games. Also, FOMO practices to encourage buying. Those are going to be looked at, so some of those may no longer be allowed. And all of
I don't think that FOMO is something that games should be disallowed legally from doing. I think that's that's too much governmental oversight. I don't like FOMO in a lot of games, but I think that, like, there's very much... So whenever I look at, like, consumer laws, what I think about is, are both parties entering into something with a full understanding of what they're buying? And is the thing that they're buying, is it being misrepresented or misunderstood intentionally? And I think FOMO, having a limited time offer, this is something that's as old as time. And so if you abstract the idea of limited time offers or FOMO and FOMO is bad, I think that you paint with such a broad brush, the painting effectively becomes irrelevant. So what I think is more important to do is to make sure that when a person is buying something, they have complete understanding of what they're spending their money on. And that's the most important thing, and they're not encouraged to or tricked into buying something that they don't actually need. FOMO is abusing people with mental problems. No need to limit availability of virtual items. Fuck FOMO, ban that shit. Sure, you can say something like that, but you think about, like, fuck FOMO, ban it. So would every banner for Genshin Impact have to be up all the time, constantly? Would every promotional item have to be up all the time, constantly? Well, at what point do you
Double
draw the line?
20?
I think that really there is a certain amount, like, whenever you talk
What
about
are the
consumer
fucking
protection and
odds?
everything, there is also a certain amount of consumer responsibility that has to exist. And so I think, again, it goes back to what I said initially, where it's not about doing something that gamers don't like. It's about doing something that's fundamentally misleading. And it is like extra currencies exist for the explicit purpose of obfuscating the amount of money that you're spending and getting you to spend more money in a way that is not consensual. FOMO is just them encouraging you to purchase something. That's a totally different dynamic. Because in one dynamic, the consumer and the buyer, the consumer and the seller enter into an agreement with full understanding of this agreement. And with the extra currencies, they do not enter into that agreement with the same degree of understanding.
It's nothing.
Hopefully you guys can see what the difference there is.
These practices are now
Something
something
the matter?
that the EU can
Besides
hold
the obvious,
against
that is.
developers and publishers. Even
I'm
more
right
so
behind.
if the parental controls of said game are not up to scratch. So it's less a case of me saying, can you think of any game that falls into those categories? And it's more me saying, can you think of a game
That doesn't
fall into those criteria?
There it is.
It's fairly
Yeah.
humongous, which might indeed be the point here. We know this is something the EU have been thinking about in other circumstances than just Star Stable. As an example, in September 2024, the European Consumer Organization published a report on popular online games, and in that report, they targeted Diablo 4,
Good.
EA Sports,
Good.
MC24, Minecraft,
I don't know about
Fortnite,
Minecraft.
and a bunch of others, and it was all about how the virtual currencies work. They were not thrilled on what they found in those games, right?
Yeah.
Because many of them, well, they did the same things that, Star Stable did that we do not like.
Yes.
That straight up means we can say that Electronic Arts and Blizzard Entertainment are being directly targeted by this body.
They are. These practices are universal.
Really
Absolutely.
is something. So it's no wonder that the BEUC will be holding workshops to help European companies implement these new principles. Because it seems they may actually have to implement them. Everything that they previously thought was acceptable pretty much now isn't. And here's the shocking thing, that's not my commentary. That is what the industry response has been, so we know they are shaking in their boots.
This is
Surprising
another
the industry
thing.
bodies aren't thrilled about.
This is another thing. Like I kind of feel this way is that I don't think that you should be able to say that this is a bonus. Because there's not, like, a bonus implies an anchoring point, and the anchoring point doesn't exist because the only price point that exists is inside of the context of this bonus. So it's like basically putting something out there for normal price, but then telling the consumer that it's on sale. Which is, again, like, and hopefully you guys can see kind of like how there's like a philosophy behind this with me. This is, again, this is doing something that is misleading. You are intentionally misleading the customer, which I think is effectively fraud.
This, and a big shout out to one of our Beluga Games members, Neo Nebulosa, for directing us to this stuff. So, the European Game Developers Federation and the Video Games Europe, or two groups basically, they've published a joint statement that expresses their disappointment with the findings. Let's read their statement. Quote, "We are disappointed by the lack of engagement from the CPC network in creating these principles, which introduce new legal theories and misguided interpretations of EU consumer law that will create confusion and disruption for European customers." Sidebar. Oh no, we're going to be disrupted by sort of annoying predatory stuff going away. What an awful
Yeah, this is awful. Wow. So, wait a minute. The consumers are going to be confused because we're removing the confusing elements of the game.
Disruption. Back to the statement. It will also present a challenge to the industry's future growth and could even deprive millions of consumers access to their favorite games. Now that last bit is...
No, it won't. If your game is not financially viable without you taking advantage of and misleading customers, then you don't have a financially viable product. It's that simple. If the way for you to do business is unethical and breaks laws, then you can't afford to do business. It's that simple.
Interesting thing. So, understandably, right, these groups, representing the most powerful players in the industry, did quite like things the way that they were. Change is dangerous, especially to the bottom line, and especially change like this. But in a way, they're not inherently wrong. It is true that audiences do actually understand premium currencies by and large right now, and when implementing...
I think that audiences understand premium currencies, but children don't. And these games are advertised towards children. And if every single audience understood premium currencies, you wouldn't see as much obfuscation and how many... Because, like, if there is... So think about this logically, right? If audiences understood premium currencies to a degree that it was not an effective tool of obfuscation, the companies would no longer have any premium currencies because the extra effort in designing and programming values for them wouldn't be worth it because they wouldn't make any extra money. So by the fact that they're continuing to use premium currencies, that defines the reality that premium currencies are effective in getting people to cause and spend more money. It's an obvious lie. It's an obvious lie, and you can instantly think about this by using just the slightest amount of logic.
Currencies, these companies were following, their best legal guidance, and now that guidance has changed. I guess just like how so many phones have like a bespoke charging cable until the rules just changed in the middle of the game. So now they've got to get used to these new rules. And what'll sting is the impact on their bottom line. They're not wrong about the potential impacts of all of this. Now, big companies like Ubisoft can probably absorb the costs of any legal challenges or damage from rebuilding their previous currency systems. They'll probably spend a whole lot to try and figure out ways around these principles. As for smaller companies...
There's always going to be a cat and mouse game, but that's the reason why regulations and things like this have to be agile.
May not find that so easy. But where things will be dramatic is the group's final warning, because it's the most threatening one. It's the idea that players in the EU may just be locked out of video games. They'd say with...
They're gonna lock the European Union out of video games? Who the fuck believes that? They can't do that. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. Bye-bye summons? Well, what I'm saying is that these companies, like the European Union, is like, I bet in a lot of these cases, a massive chunk of the pie. They can't afford to just abandon that market. That totally changes all of their financials. And also, by the way, if abandoning that market is more advantageous than making equitable microtransaction systems, that is the strongest argument I can see for why those equitable microtransaction systems need to be added. If you can literally abandon the EU because now you have to play fair, maybe there's a big problem with the way that you were playing.
A game like Overwatch, right? They would simply choose to geo-restrict access to the game rather than change their monetization model or to just continue the game as normal and risk EU lawsuits. It could just be they look at the EU and think, you know what, we make enough from the States and other countries, we really don't need them. That being said, the EU population is kinda huge. Overall GDP is obviously...
And also, the EU is one of the highest GDP areas in the world, with the highest amount of disposable income. So for example, there are a lot of South American people that spend a lot of time playing these free-to-play games, but they don't spend a lot of money because, unfortunately, a lot of the countries they live in just don't have that much money in them. But Europe, China, and America, and Korea, and a handful of other ones, that's where the money is. That's where you really get the players that are spending $100 a month, right? So you can't just trade, you can't go from 400 million Europeans to 400 million South Americans and maintain the same profit margins. Saudi Arabia, yeah, exactly. I wonder, okay, so let's think about Dubai, and let's think about, Zimbabwe. I wonder who is going to have more GDP per capita that's going to be able to spend on these games. Ah, jeez, dude. Ah, man. Ooh, what could it be? And so think about that with everything. It's common fucking sense.
A very, very flawed.
Yeah, they can't do that.
As an example, right? Just Googling this
It's
here
too
in
big of a
2024,
market.
the EU's nominal GDP was about 17.9 trillion,
That's
and 1/6 of
gigantic.
global nominal GDP, which is quite a lot of money, and a hell of a lot of that GDP globally will be in other countries like, say, China.
For context, I could be a little bit outdated with this. America's GDP is between 20 and 25 trillion, I believe, and China's GDP is between, I think, 13 and 17 trillion GDP. So the European Union is gigantic.
Can't even catch my breath.
Where a lot of these companies will not be able to go in and directly monetize. That could actually mean that they will feel the need to change. And in a way, there are two wolves inside me who are fighting, right?
Close to
I
30,
suppose
yeah.
one of them
Yours is
is
really
the
big.
pragmatic wolf. The other one is the almost like the last vestiges of some sort of libertarian idealism that says, let the market decide. If the gamers...
I have no problem with letting the market decide, but the whole issue with the free market is that a free market implies that everybody is entering into it with equal consent and equal knowledge and equal understanding. The big problem is that a lot of these companies exist inside of the context of marketing to children and marketing to demographics that are not able to do that by the nature of the category they are, mainly children. So, like, I think that the free market idea, the, like, whole libertarian concept of that, immediately falls apart. Because, like, again, and the reason why is that, like, I used to be a libertarian. I wouldn't really say that I am now, but there's a lot of values that they have that I also agree with. But there's, like, the entire idea of, like, the consent and the non-aggression principle. This is something that is primary and this is the highest regard and the most important thing. So if you're violating or not respecting consent, that is something that overrules any sort of free market ideology.
The bad practices, the gamers shall not partake in them, and the market will solve the problem. And I wish that was true.
Libertarian is code word for homosexual? Is that true, guys?
But I feel there's almost a faux idealism in so much of that, because these psychological hooks, these psychological triggers, they do actually work. We're in a world where you can very easily make, I think, some sound enough, philosophical arguments. Very much
This is just, it's just stupid. Like, the entire idea that these tricks don't work is the same thing as, like, oh, marketing doesn't work. Listen, guys, I've run marketing campaigns. I've seen the back end, and I've been on the front end. Marketing campaigns work extremely well.
Regulation and all of that, and I totally get that. I'm fairly sympathetic towards that in many cases, but the thing is...
They wouldn't keep doing it if it wasn't working.
We've also got to be pragmatic, and a part of that is being a bit humble about the human condition. And the fact of the matter is, these practices are not popular. People do not like them.
No, nobody
Yet,
likes this.
People's behavior does continue.
That's another very good point. Nobody likes this.
And these obviously are bad. And as people who enjoy video games, we see that as these types of practices derive more and more revenue, they then become what the companies focus on. And that is worse for the actual video games.
It is. It definitely lowers the quality of the product. While I think that a company has the autonomy to decide to make a worse quality product, it's undeniable that stores become a metaphor of the tail wagging the dog. Where whenever the store is put into the game, it becomes the primary decision-making factor of how the game is designed after that. Because everything is built around making sure that people go back to the store.
Because I suppose in a way, how much of game industry revenue comes essentially from psychological manipulation and these various business strategies?
At least 10%, because the moment that you couldn't use psychological manipulation and the practice of doing so was put at risk in China, Tencent lost 10% of its value overnight, and they had to rescind it because it was so cataclysmic for the electronics industry.
That are designed to rake
And I
in
think it's
revenue
more than that.
in a way that's not like really tied
Tencent's a huge
to
company.
the experience of a game that you heard.
I'd say
Just the share
40%.
of that increase and increase and increase, and it's no wonder that as that is
Let's
increased,
go.
the rest of us have become less and less satisfied with games. So in a way, if this does hurt the revenue of a bunch of companies and unfortunately leads to a bunch of job losses because these types of practices...
If your job exists inside of the context of taking advantage of people and manipulating them out of their money in a way that they didn't consent to, you don't deserve to have a job.
are no longer viable.
Too bad.
Good riddance.
Rip Bozo. That's
Good
right.
riddance, absolutely. Let the
Fuck 'em.
companies fail,
That's
let
right.
those jobs go down. How we
That's
run
right.
things should be a dialogue between the private and public sectors, and in
Absolutely.
a case like this, I think it's an example of the public sector, right? The people essentially saying, we actually do not like this practice. We don't want this to be the rules of the game.
Yeah.
We want the rules of the game to change, to be more robust. And
Also, like, we really need to get ahead of the curve on this with automobiles. Because as everything becomes computer in automobiles, you're seeing certain subscription services that are withheld from cars. And I find this to be like an incredibly dangerous precedent to set. And I'm very, very concerned about this.
yeah,
BMW heated
the market
seats,
will,
yeah.
once it adapts to that, find a solution. And if the new rule set is a better rule set, then that should be a net good. But of course, none of this will matter if there's no enforcement.
That's right.
Enforcement, because one country
That's
making
right.
a digital consumer
What should I
policy
do?
often will find difficulty in enforcing it because you're just one little guy, Mr. Belgium, right? That's why even though Belgium
Yeah,
is banned
Belgium and the Netherlands both have rules against this.
loot boxes, so many games simply just ignore that and still operate in
this
the
is worth the
country.
cost.
Like
Yeah.
in World of Warcraft in the new raid, one of the bosses is basically a slot machine boss. We always have the joke that for the person in our team that's in Belgium, that boss just can't drop any loot. I don't know, there's an EU firewall or a Belgian firewall.
Yeah.
That's a joke, but you get the point. As much as...
Except it's not a joke when you're talking about Balatro because it gets rated 18+. Meanwhile, you have FIFA that's advertised to 3-year-olds and it has gacha and gambling in it. But because Balatro uses cards and not actual gambling, but because they call it a different name, and somehow it's okay.
Many people have
Outrageous.
kind of went, oh,
Outrageous.
Belgium, yo, take him down. It hasn't really mattered because it's just Belgium, just one little guy.
Blood
bit
comes
different
easy these
here.
days.
And that's
That's
'cause
why the European Union is so strong, is because it's collective bargaining. I would assume that that's probably one of the big reasons why the European Union exists, is for the best interests of all those countries to be able to collectively
I'm ready.
bargain for things that are in their best interest. Of course.
EU is, 26
I mean, really,
other
it's same as
countries,
United States.
and also Belgium. In 2023, it was worth 25.7 billion euro in game revenues. That's a lot of revenues.
Whoa.
And we know that their legislators are willing to take on the likes of Apple and Google when their rulings are being defied. They have done that. But more than that, the companies inside the EU are, part of a big global network, and that does mean that whenever USB-C cables become standardized in the EU, they then become standardized everywhere because of manufacturing limitations. I'm sure Apple would have loved
That's right.
to have continued just selling people lightning adapters in the States, but ultimately they seem to have saw the way the wind was blowing and made the big change to USB-C.
Need to stay
No one
focused.
wanted to have,
Yep.
of course, a whole factory just making EU-only phones. And again, thinking about the impact that would have, the whole ecosystem of manufacturing partners, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
So-
whenever you have a manufacturing line for anything, you have a combination of fixed costs versus variable costs. And a factory that's only producing something that you can only sell to a small amount of people, that fixed cost will create a situation where you won't be able to make that money back at a ratio that exceeds the amortization and the devaluation of the products used to manufacture the products. So, like, for example, like the machines, the stamps, the printers, the assembly
Ready.
line, all of that. So, if you create a small enough target audience, you effectively destroy the economics of certain types of products. And, no. And by the way, guys, everybody understands this. I know you might not understand it in an economic concept, but I guarantee you've played video games. Like, we played Schedule 1. Schedule 1 operates under the same premise as well. This is a very easy to understand premise.
You can
Even
see
though
how
it
with
might seem
hardware,
complex.
it does kind of make sense. We can see those software
not.
examples where it's not really the same thing. It's not like you can just go and get an emulator for your iPhone in America, but you can in the EU. So the question then is, will developers want to risk losing a large slice of that EU-derived money, or will they simply have to ship a cut-down and less exploitative version of their in-game monetization to European
That's what they're gonna have to
countries? If so, it puts them in a fun little dilemma where the American
That's
gamer
endless.
may get a transparently worse deal than, say, the European gamer.
No, because as soon as American audiences see that Europe does this, America will also, like, players in America and consumers in America will ask for the same thing. And I think this is, like, for comparison, this is one thing that, if you look at, like, RFK, and, like, I don't want to get, like, super political about this, right? But a lot of the things that, like, he's advocating for, like, why the fuck is it that in America there's, like, 50 ingredients for something, but, you know, for cornflakes, but in, you know, Belgium or, I don't know, England, there's 7. That's a really good fucking question. And so, like, there's, like, and this is an ongoing conversation that is happening at this very moment. So, like, we joke around about Europe having, like, you guys have, like, weird speech laws, right? But you guys really nail it with these consumer protection laws. And, like, hey, I think we should steal them. Like, we should, 100%. Like, Europe is by far and away way better on consumer protection.
And you can say, well, compare your store to mine. My one is a bit
You're
more
welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Doesn't have as much FOMO. Doesn't have as many tricksy bundles and things that basically feel like a scam. And that'll be a bad look.
Yeah.
That's the dilemma that these companies face. And in a way, it's all thanks to a game about horses. So,
Got him.
hero of the
Fucking
day,
got him.
horse girls. I guess that's a thing.
Fuck 'em.
Okay, tell you what though, if you want another story, another big, grand,
Yeah.
juicy story,
Think you can take
check
me
out this
on?
one. It also hits the EU, but it also hits melodrama, which is honestly some of my favorite.
Oh boy, another Ubisoft Dead video. I like the sound of that. We'll watch that tomorrow. And yeah, I'll probably have to look at that. And so anyway, I don't like consumer protections. If the consumer is too dumb, they deserve to lose. Just my opinion. I know it's not popular. I think that you make a great point that consumers should be. A consumer being stupid is one thing, but a consumer being lied to is something else. And so anyway, and I want to go ahead and let me see if I can find like your message and let's explore this thinking. So like if a company charges you $100, for example, and then they give you $50 worth of the product, do you think that you should have any recourse for that?
The Helm's alien
Like
transponder.
you spent $100, you expected to get $100 worth of stuff. You're actually only getting 50. By the way, massive W Velior video, huge fucking supporter. I love this guy. Obviously, I've watched his videos for I think what is it, fucking 10 years now since WoW. So make sure to give the video a like. I love his new videos. I think he covers a lot of topics I totally fucking agree with, right? And so, yeah, make sure to give it a like, give him a sub and everything. Yeah, I completely fucking agree with what he's saying here. So, let me read what fair. Yeah, exactly, right? And so, consumer protections, like, this is the problem, is that consumer protections, everybody agrees with consumer protections. Like, for example, if you buy a phone and then the phone blows up, somebody has to be accountable for that, right? Like, everything, like, again, people that don't like regulation, that are complaining about it on the internet, are like people that are fish complaining about water. Your keyboard is regulated. Your mouse is regulated. The monitor that you're looking at is regulated. The PC that you're using is regulated. The internet itself is regulated. The ISP that is giving you internet is regulated. Everything about this is regulated. Like down, like the cord that you have the internet go through is regulated. So yeah, 2-year warranty by law. Yeah, exactly, right? And so everything is, yeah, you're sitting in a chair that's regulated. Everything is. And so to be against this is, I think, very short-sighted. I think this is absolutely a good thing, and I'm really happy to see the EU taking some accountability for it. I'm very happy. And hopefully we can do the same thing. We can follow their lead. And I'm glad to see the Europe doing it as fast as possible. I also think that there's a lot of copium with this game. I do not think that its success is good enough to justify the theoretical amount of money that was spent on it and the other projects that this was meant to make up for.
Let's look down right now. We're Ubisoft. I'll start with the only thing that you know.
This will be very concerned because you've been out here for a couple hours. You want to make sure. Okay. You got some ID on you?
I'm just passing through, so...
Okay. I need your ID.
Did I commit a crime?
You're loitering.
If I'm trespassing,
Yes, you are, because you've been here for hours. I need your ID, sir.
Imagine that you're a free American citizen. You're traveling in your car. All of a sudden, there's a terrible thunderstorm. It's early in the morning, you're on a busy road, so you pull into a gas station to wait out the storm. You turn your car off, you sit in the back seat, and you read a book as it storms for like an hour and a half. But unbeknownst to you, the cashier inside that gas station is apparently afraid of the fact that you've been parked there for 1.5 hours, so she calls the cops. You answer their questions, but they want to obtain your ID because they think that you might have warrants. And they want to search their databases for your information. But you know that you've done nothing wrong. Freedom is scary. Just because some lady in Murphy's gas station is afraid, that does not limit our rights.
I'm just trying to protect my constitutional rights. Okay?
And I understand that, but us asking you to identify yourself isn't a violation of your constitutional rights. It's not, because you're required to identify yourself while we're investigating the nature of the call.
As both a content creator and a lawyer, I take online privacy very seriously, but most people are completely oblivious to the fact that their private data is being collected and traded on contract. Murphy USA, an exclusive 60% off an annual incognito plan. Now let's get back to the video. This is John Cho. He's from New York City. He's a member of the Religious Society of Friends. He was traveling south on February 16, 2025. He was planning to worship at the Athens Friend Meeting in Clark County, Georgia. On his way to the meeting, it began to rain heavily, and he stopped at a Murphy USA gas station to wait out the thunderstorm. After parking his car, he read a book called Sky Full of Elephants by Sibo Campbell. This is the actual gas station that he stopped at, Murphy USA gas station in Athens, Georgia, along this busy highway right across the street from a Walmart. John was interrupted by a knock on his car door by police officers who just had to have that crack. They had to have that ID.
I'm just stopping for the...
We need each other.
Stopping.
And we both know.
Is that okay?
One
Yeah,
thing.
let's be a little concerned because
before
you've
we
been out
go.
here for a couple hours. I want to make sure you're okay.
I wanted to
Okay,
thank
You got
you
some ID
again
on you?
for
Yeah, I
freeing me.
do, but
It would
I
have been
can
all
move
too easy
if
for you
want.
to run
You
right
don't,
past my
I'm not
car.
saying you have to.
I'm
I
just,
But you
I'm just
didn't.
resting.
I know, I'm not accusing you of anything. They wanted to
remember.
check on you. I just want to know who
Lead
I'm
the way.
talking to. That's all.
I'm just passing through, sir.
Okay, I need your ID.
Did I commit a crime?
You're loitering.
If I'm trespassing...
Yes, you are, because you've been here for hours. I need your ID, sir.
They accused John of being parked there for too long and trespassing, but when he offered to leave, they told him not to leave, that he couldn't leave. He was being detained, and they needed his ID. John refused to give his ID because he believed that he had done nothing wrong. There was no allegation that he had even committed any crime.
Are you gonna arrest me?
Do I need to?
I don't know. I just...
Okay,
I
you
don't-
need to identify yourself. Please provide me your identification.
Officer, if I committed a crime,
Yes, it's called trespassing and loitering. That's a crime.
I don't believe I've been trespassing.
Okay, it doesn't matter what you believe. You need to provide your ID.
All I was doing, officer, was reading a book.
I need your ID.
I mean, you're gonna arrest me because...
If you don't provide your ID, I will.
Just for parking my car?
For trespassing and loitering. You've been here for hours. That's not normal behavior.
I just...
It's not normal behavior. I need your ID.
I don't know what you mean by normal behavior. Is that...
People don't park in gas stations for hours. They come get gas and they leave. They come to the store, grab something and leave. You've been here for hours. I need your ID.
I've actually been doing this for...
Give me your ID or then you're going to be detained.
You're gonna arrest me?
Potentially, yes. I'm trying to provide you an
reading a book
opportunity.
in my
No,
car?
I already explained to you why we're here. Provide your ID.
Sir, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't...
Provide your ID.
I'm not required to provide
Yes, you are when we're investigating a complaint.
No, you're not, sir. Can
Yes,
I talk to
we
the
are.
sergeant?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm gonna get
41.
out of the car, okay? Please don't... I'm just getting out of the car.
Okay, I still need your ID. You're going to provide an ID. I'm going to no, keep the door open.
Okay,
I'm going to know who I'm talking to.
I just want to
provide
let you
your
know
ID.
I'm not a threat to you guys. I have no weapons.
Okay, great.
I'm just reading a book in my car.
Sir, we could have been dealt with this.
If you want to talk to your sergeants, I'm perfectly happy to wait. I'm not a threat to you guys.
I didn't say you were a threat.
I'm not resisting arrest.
The issue is not that we believe you're a threat. The issue is that we received a complaint that you've been out here for a long time.
I just parked my car to read a book. That's
I
all.
understand that,
It
but
there was a thunderstorm.
I'm
You
aware
know
of
it's
that.
unsafe to drive during a thunderstorm.
Because of the nature of the complaint, and we're out here, you need to provide us with identification
I
so we know who
understand.
we're talking to.
You're being very reasonable right now. I'm trying to be reasonable as well.
You're not.
I asked
You're
you.
not.
I asked
Is
you.
there a reason? Do you have warrants or something? Do you have arrest warrants out of somewhere else? Of another state? Of another jurisdiction? I mean, I see you got.
I'm
Is
waiting.
this your vehicle?
I'm waiting for your sergeant.
That's fine.
Okay.
And when he tells you the same thing, then what are you going to do?
I will comply once your sergeant comes here.
Okay.
And tells me.
If all you need is for him to ask for the ID, then
I
good.
just want to know.
I've already explained to you.
Here.
I've already told you.
You guys a little.
Did you run the plate?
confused.
Huh? Did you run the plate?
But we're not confused.
Yeah, clearly not confused. You're
There's
confused.
nothing illegal about stopping my car to read a book.
So
I don't understand.
So
I don't
the issue
understand
is the
why-
fact that you have been here for hours.
From what time?
So from what I think somebody inside called, they wanted us to check on you.
Okay.
That's what we're attempting
And what
to do.
time did they call?
They called maybe 20 minutes ago. We're
That's
just now
not an
getting
hour?
here. They said that you've been here for hours. They wanted us to check on you. So because they're wanting us to check on you, that's why we're speaking with you right now.
I'm just trying to protect my constitutional rights. Okay?
And I understand that, but us asking you to identify yourself isn't a violation of your constitutional
It is.
rights.
It
It's
is.
not, because you're required to identify yourself while we're investigating the nature of the call. If you refuse to identify yourself, that is a criminal offense, and you could go to jail for that.
Sir, if I'm committing a crime, I'd be happy to give you my driver's license and my ID.
So the crime
I'm
that
not
you're
doing-
committing
I'm
right
not
now
doing
is
anything-
refusing to identify yourself.
No, that's where the confusion is.
That's not confusion. You're required to identify yourself
Okay.
when we're,
Look, this can be solved very quickly with your supervisor.
and he's en route.
Okay. I'm also perfectly happy to move, if that's okay with you.
Then that's what we want the end goal to be, but the issue is that usually when people don't want to identify themselves is because of some underlying
No,
factor.
that's not why.
That's exactly why, because a lot of times people will have warrants and they won't want to identify themselves so they don't go to jail. Not that I believe you have warrants, but that's what that usual theme follows.
All right.
There's
No,
a reason for not
So
identifying
your
yourself.
logic is, I'm reading a book in my car, and therefore I have a warrant, and therefore you need to check my ID. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense because you're misconstruing the order of what I just explained things as.
All right. We're miscommunicating. You're telling me stuff that doesn't make any sense. I'd like to talk to your supervisor.
And the supervisor's en route.
Okay. I'm just gonna get my phone, okay? So okay, close my car door?
Yeah, you can close
I'm
it.
not hiding anything.
I got you. You can close the
I
door.
don't want anything to get wet.
Okay.
It's okay if I put my jacket on?
Where is your jacket?
It's right here.
Sure.
I'm not hiding anything.
I got you. Hold on, let's not go reaching back into the vehicle. My supervisor just pulled up.
Can I just get my glasses? I can't see anything.
Sure.
Although it's clear now that John is not from this area, that he was traveling, that there was a thunderstorm, the officer still has to have the ID. Not because of any actual criminal suspicion that had not already been alleviated, assuming it even existed, but he just wants to have that ID because he's probably told that's what his procedure is. when you interact with somebody, you have to get their
Stand on my
ID
feet.
so you can run their name, see if they have any warrants. Not about crime, about procedure. John wants to protect his constitutional rights, and he requests a supervisor. He's told that a supervisor is coming, but unfortunately, instead of talking to John when the supervisor gets there, he goes up to the passenger window of the original officer, and he talks to him first.
Oh, he's been out here for hours.
It's in the water.
Oh, I don't know, dude. Because he's been here for hours. The employees like, car's running, now it's not. They've been out. So he's just refusing to identify himself.
Trespass?
I haven't gotten that far yet. I just want to know who I'm talking to. Be talking to somebody who's got a murder warrant, for all I know. They got in New York. So I'm trying to get something back on the plate, but I'm not sure if that's him or not. So I haven't done anything wrong. Well, maybe you haven't, but you've been here for hours, which is not normal behavior, and now you're just refusing to identify yourself, which makes me really concerned. So yeah, I'm gonna go talk to them about potentially trespassing them, but I was like, let me see if I can find something through the vehicle information, which is what I'm trying to look up now, which
I noticed
he's got a,
the name on it was like an Asian name, wasn't it?
oh, it's an Asian dude, yeah.
He is Asian.
Yeah, so there's a chance. I'm trying to maybe work around it, but he's just really
In the
being,
grass.
he's,
You can kill it, can't you? I was hoping for a kind soul.
Anything about why he's here, what he's doing?
oh, I'm reading a book. I haven't committed a crime. Well, I'm not. You've been loitering, which is not normal behavior to be here for hours.
Yeah.
So, let me just. I mean, I'll go talk to him, but I was trying to at least know. Am I talking to somebody who's
Not.
running from something? I mean, it's not. If you're from New York and you're just traveling through, I don't know that that's what he's even doing. He's got a bunch of stuff in his car, like he's like.
You son of a...
Like power cords and everything, you know, other stuff in there. So you can go look in there and talk to them. I'll see if they want to trespass him, but I was trying to at least, I think it's worth,
My name's...
it's just a red flag when you
Do you not?
don't,
Although...
this isn't
well,
a consensual
yes,
encounter,
you
it
know.
has to be
And
here.
all right.
Because the employee was concerned. I'm going to go talk to her, but I just wanted someone else to be here because I don't know anything about this guy. He's from out of state, which...
Go see what they want to do, because if they want to trespass him, obviously then we can push it a little harder.
Rather than showing any concern whatsoever for the constitutional rights of this innocent man, the supervisor, before even learning the facts, before even talking to John, he's helping to conspire to jam this guy up. So John has offered to leave. John has not been told to leave by the property owner. The cops have not been told that John has been asked to leave. The supervisor's directions are to go inside and see if they will ask John to leave, so then they can ramp things up
Go see what they want to do, because if they want to trespass him, obviously then we can push it a little harder.
and set up an arrest for trespassing or some sort of obstruction charge for not giving them his ID. But it hasn't happened yet. So officer number 1 then goes inside to talk to the gas station lady who was afraid of absolutely nothing and called the cops for absolutely no reason, creating this entire incident that never should have happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
How can I help you today? What's going on?
I don't need any help, but I did stop my car. Thunderstorm. Not safe to drive. I was reading my book, and then the officer came and knocked on my door and said I was trespassing. And I said I didn't think I was trespassing. I can move on.
Okay, we got a call here that the car's been sitting here for several hours, and that's why we were called to come out and investigate.
It's been here since it was thunderstorm.
Okay.
I was hoping to ride out the rain.
Okay.
I didn't think I was committing a crime.
Well, I understand that, and if that's the case, that's the case. Like I said, we got a call to come out here and look into it and investigate.
Okay, I understand.
Because they said that the vehicle's been sitting here for several hours. From their perspective,
Yeah.
that's suspicious, right?
Okay, I'm not complaining about that.
Okay. So, I'm just curious, because I noticed you have a New York plate.
Yeah, I'm
You got a
traveling.
rack. So, are you from New York?
Yes.
Okay. A resident of New York?
Yes.
Okay. What brings you down to Georgia?
Visiting different houses of worship.
Okay. Is there one here in Athens, or is it passing through Athens?
This one, I think it's at Cherokee.
And suffer.
Cherokee Corner Church.
Okay.
Corner Church. In Athens, are you familiar with that?
I know.
We have Cherokee
Cornerstone
Road and we have Cornerstone. I don't know about a Cherokee Corner.
It says Arnoldville, Georgia.
Oh, so you're a little ways out that way still.
Actually in Athens.
It's another 20 minutes or so down the road then.
This seems like gaslighting. The Friends Church is actually on this same road, only 5 miles further down the road. Again, this man has answered every question that he doesn't even have to answer. Whatever suspicions this random gas station lady may have been alleviated. Just send him on his way.
Okay. What kind of church is that?
I'm going to a Quaker meeting.
Okay. Okay. And you do a lot of the traveling around then? Are you like a higher up member of it? Or?
I'm traveling in the ministry.
Okay.
Just visiting different Quaker meetings.
Understandable. Okay. So again, from our perspective, just so you understand, right?
Yeah.
We don't just show up. We get a call.
I'm not complaining about that. The only issue I had was that your officers kept insisting on me showing my ID, and I said, I'll show you my ID if you're gonna arrest me if I committed a crime, and that's all. That's where it stopped.
Sure. So what we're investigating right now is we're investigating the complaint of loitering.
Okay.
Right, and that's what we're investigating, and that's why we're out here. So we are investigating the complaint of a crime. We're not just out here because, right?
Okay.
And we need to determine what's going on. We need to talk to the people in the store and all that. And just quite frankly, like whether you're in trouble or not, right? As soon as someone says that they don't want to show us, that they refuse to show us an ID, it's a red flag for us.
Okay.
Right. It shows us in a lot of cases, and I'm not saying specifically, but a lot of people are trying to hide from something. And the easiest way to move on and clear it up is if you've got nothing to hide from, we run your name, it comes back clean,
Right.
and we all just move on. You go to church, and we leave the gas station, and everyone's on their way to that.
Okay.
Right? And it's simple enough as that. Because otherwise, the loitering complaint, then it only furthers our suspicion that there's something weird going on, and that there's a problem of some sort.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's part of our investigation.
I tried to explain to your officers that I only saw in the rain. I had to move on. I was just reading my book when they knocked on the door. I was doing anything illegal. As far as I know you're saying that I'm trespassing, but I didn't realize I was trespassing.
And we understood that, which is...
Morning. I don't know. He's being difficult. Do you want to borrow him? He's coming from. He's not even from here. He's from New York. So I don't know what he's got going on.
I mean, I wasn't even gonna call him, but it's like every weekend. This is something that's happening to me.
Yeah, it happened last weekend. A weekend.
Yeah, last Saturday,
Okay.
y'all was sitting on pump 7 for about an hour.
Yeah, no, that's not normal behavior. I agree.
Different.
And he's been out there since about 5:45.
Okay.
I mean, it was pouring down raining, so I was like, maybe they just needed to pull over, but come in and say something. We open at 6 a.m. I don't know what the hell you doing.
Yeah. No, I get it. That's you tucked in the corner. It's like that's how things. I get it. Do you want to borrow him, or what do you want to do?
I mean,
You can. It's up to you. I mean, I don't work for the store.
I mean, he hasn't came in here and did anything, but I don't want to borrow him for no reason. But hell, I need him to get off this property.
Okay.
Go somewhere else. But I probably should go ahead and borrow because he's gonna come back and say you're the one called the cops on me. Probably.
I mean, I don't know this guy. He's not from here. He's from New York. So
I
you
really
want to
think
borrow?
he's fine.
Okay.
I'm scared.
I get it. It's a crazy world we live in.
Especially on the east side.
Yeah, they want to borrow him.
You want to borrow him?
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain to you the nature of our
So
investigation.
here's the thing, Chesterton. They want to bar you from the property. Okay? That's on them. That's their right to do. So in order to do that, at this point in time, it is a criminal trespass warning.
Okay, it's not an arrest. However, it is something where we do need your ID so that we can fill out the paperwork and officially make it that you are barred from this property. Okay, so at this point in time, because they want to do that, we are going to need your ID.
Okay, I just need to fully understand what's going on. So, I parked my car here during the rain. They told you, I don't know exactly when, but when you guys arrived, you asked my ID. I refused to give my ID because I didn't believe I did anything wrong. But now you went to the manager or whoever this person is, and they are asking for a bar. I just trying to explain.
They're trespassing you from the property.
Warning. So what they're doing is they are barring you. They are trespassing you from the property, which means if you return back here, then you will be arrested for trespass. Okay? So for that process, we will need your ID. Okay?
So just so I understand, they're asking me to leave.
No, they're telling you you're not back allowed on this property. They're making an official report and documenting that you're not allowed on this property.
Okay, I haven't been here before.
It doesn't matter, sir.
I'm just trying to
No,
understand.
you keep on trying to string it
You say
along.
you keep trying to understand, but we're explaining the process.
And you just keep on going in circles. We're not going to keep
and
doing
you
this.
keep going back to the point that we've already explained. All right. So here's the thing: we get your ID, we put it in the system, we trespass you from the property. You're on your way. You're never going to return here again, so it's not going to be a problem for you, right? So we make it official, and we move on. And that's that. That's the end of it right there. Okay?
Sir, I was not planning to come back here.
Okay.
So,
Okay, but we have to make it official still for
correct.
their request. Now, if you don't like that, you can call into corporate and you can complain about that.
I don't know what this company is.
It's Murphy's.
Okay.
Okay? It's the Murphy's gas station.
Okay.
But right now, the people that are on site who are the ones that have the authority to do that, that's what they want to do. Okay? So we're going to move forward with that process.
All right. We're going to go to jail. All right. Put your hands behind your back, please. Thank you.
Let me buy this one on the car.
I don't know, like, if you're, like, on a crusade or something, man. Is there anything else going to poke, stick, or cut me?
No, I don't have anything sharp.
Okay, thank you.
But John doesn't budge in the end. He believes that what the officers were doing was wrong, violating his constitutional rights, and he ended up getting arrested for it. In Georgia, like most other states, the trespassing law requires that he enter the property with knowledge that he's been trespassed from it, or not supposed to be there. He had not been trespassed from the property. He couldn't have committed criminal trespassing in Georgia unless he were to leave and then come back on the property. He had already offered to leave. Not giving up your ID to officers, it's not a standalone crime in Georgia. In fact, it can't be a standalone crime anywhere because police officers cannot forcibly detain you without reasonable suspicion that you have committed some crime. Here, he could not have committed trespassing. And then all the questions that he answered alleviated any other hunches that the officers may have had, that he was casing out the joint or anything like that. He clearly was not. They knew that he was not. They just were upset that he asserted his rights, and they thought that was suspicious. Reasonable suspicion to forcibly ID somebody cannot be the fact that they asserted their Fourth Amendment rights. That's not illegal, that's protected activity. Just because some lady in a gas station is afraid of her own shadow doesn't mean that any of us have some reduced version of Fourth Amendment rights. That doesn't mean that police officers can't come up to you and ask you questions and ask for your ID. That's a consensual encounter. They haven't seized you yet. But here John said, well, I'll leave if I can leave. Can I leave? I'll leave right now. And they did not allow him to leave. That invoked the Fourth Amendment. And the problem with that is they didn't have any reasonable suspicion that they could articulate that any crime had been committed at all. Because, it could not have been trespassing. The officers knew that there had been a thunderstorm. It was still raining. He answered all of these questions. It made perfect sense. It wasn't a traffic stop. He wasn't driving. There was no statutory obligation for him to hand over his ID. He answered all the other questions that they had. They just had to have that crack. They just had to have that ID. On the other side of things, I'm sure there are many of you saying it was so easy just to comply. Why didn't he just comply? If we all complied all the time, government would never stop taking. That's why. Freedom is scary. Just because some lady in Murphy's gas station is afraid, that does not limit our rights. Our freedom does not end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Hello, my name is Taya Graham, and welcome to the Police Accountability Report. As I always make clear, this show has a single purpose, holding the politically powerful institution of policing accountable. And to do so, we don't just focus on the bad behavior of individual cops. Instead, we examine the system that makes bad policing possible. And today, we will achieve that goal by showing you this video of a car stop where police not only potentially broke the law by searching and harassing a passenger, but also used their unlimited power in ways that reveal why the institution itself is a threat to the system it purports to serve. But before I get started, I want you to know that if you have video evidence of police misconduct, please email it to us privately at
Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to give people a few minutes to show up. There's a lot there to discuss of the Rogan episode with Douglas Murray and Dave Smith. I was just looking at my YouTube, and it's been 2 years since I've did one of these, and the reason why it's been so long is one of the reasons I was doing them so much is because how bad New York got toward the end. So like my friends were leaving, there's no place to go, so I would do all these live streams, and now that I'm in Austin, things are a lot better. So there were other things I were doing, but people really seem to enjoy these. I enjoy them as well. So I will try to do them more. Now, there is something I want to talk about at the top of the show, which is, and by the way, I'm such a boomer. No ifs, ands, or buts. Total boomer. I'm like, how do you put up pictures and videos? Really I see people doing it all the time. It's like, and of course, it's the easiest thing possible. But all you have to do is hit present. Then you have to pull up an image file. And then you pull up this, and you open it, and it's on the screen. So let me give you guys the link. I'm really, really, really stoked to be doing a show live, and I'm even more excited that my first guest is going to be Kurt Metzger, who you guys know, he's been on the show several times, just one of the best talkers on earth. Kurt is one of the very few people who, I'm going to put this on the screen for the link. Kurt is one of the very few people. Wait, god dang it. Here we go. Kurt is one of the very few people who I will rather sit and talk and listen than add to anything to the conversation. So please go get your tickets. If it goes well, I'll start doing this regularly. And if it doesn't go well, then it's not going to go well. So that's that. So I'm excited. Creek and Cave's a great spot. I saw Neil Hamburger there not that long ago. So yeah, I thought that was really nice of Kurt to agree to be my first guest. We're gonna take this off. Let's see, how do we? Now we have to figure out how to remove it. There we go. Look at this. I'm learning, and I could do hide current comment.
Whatever you're doing,
not too shabby, Alice. So let's talk a bit about this. Oh, hold on. Thank you for doing this. Okay, let's talk about this. So I want to give you guys a background.
I suppose we're most certainly going to need a healer. Oh, hail your pop.
Did you? Wait, what's this? Did you ever respond to Jim Goat saying you're only friends for the writing of the new right? That makes no sense.
I sense the leadership of your troop lies elsewhere.
That makes no sense. It's not like we stopped being friends when the book came out, as the book came out. But I'm not going to trash Jim Goat under any circumstances. So, God, there's a lot. Okay. Ugh. Okay, let me talk about why my relationship is to these three guys who were on the show. So as that, I want to put the guy's comment up again. So as Fear the Old Blood said, during the lockdowns, me and Dave would do crossover episodes. He'd come on my show, You're Welcome. I'd come on his show, Part of the Problem. And we would do this throughout. And it's one of the things I'm proudest of, not in the sense of it was some big accomplishment, but the sense of a lot of people said you guys kept us sane. And it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. Like, if you can help people doing what you do, it's really kind of just icing on the cake. So I look back fondly on those live streams. We really enjoyed it. We got it. It was also funny at a certain point. There's only so much politics you can talk.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
All right, we're up. Thanks for coming. Good to see you guys. What's happening? Are you going no headphones?
Oh.
Keep the dew?
I'll do that. I'm not quite sure what they add, but yeah. Okay.
There we go. All right. The goal of this is every time I see people that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world events, it's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming. There's the word again. I brought it. We were just talking about that.
You did it early.
The word retarded is back. And it's one of the great culture victories that I think is spurred on probably by podcasts. But these things are always like Pierce Morgan-y, which is fine, you know, where everyone's screaming over each other and, you know, there's 5 different people talking over each other. There's never just rational conversations where you discuss things. And I respect both of you. I think both of you are brilliant. And I bet you agree on a lot of things. I bet you disagree on a lot of things. And it'd be fascinating to see your perspectives on these things. So that's why you're here together.
Okay.
And
Well, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
Since the war in Israel began, and since the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very against both in different ways.
Yes.
Do you think you had enough people on who are supportive of either war?
I don't know that word enough, if that's a good word.
Let's say enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics.
Well, I've had a few. I mean, I believe God Sad is on the side of Israel.
For sure.
Jordan is on the side of Israel.
You had Mike Baker, Coleman Hughes.
Yeah.
Coleman did it for like 20 minutes. So it wasn't why he was here.
No, I mean none of them, and none of them is why they're here. You know, it's a good question.
Do you think you've tilted one way?
Me personally?
No, just with the guests you've had.
The guests? Yeah, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
Mm-hmm. But why do you think that is? Just out of interest. I'm just interested in your selection of guests because you're like the world's #1 podcast.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think about it that way. I just think I'd like to talk to this person.
But can I just? Sorry, it's your show, but
sure.
If you're going to interview historians of the conflict or historians in general, why would you get somebody like Ian Carroll?
Yeah, but Ian Carroll, I didn't bring him on for that purpose. I brought him on because I want to find out, like, how does one get involved in the whole conspiracy theory business? Because his whole thing is just conspiracies.
Sure.
You know?
But do you have any, I mean, there's been a tilt in the conversation, both conversations in the last couple of years. And it's largely to do with people who have appointed themselves experts who are not experts.
You mean like Ian? I don't think he appoints himself an expert in anything.
Who's that other dude who thinks he's an expert on Churchill?
Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert.
In fact, I think it's everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like, I'm just a history
Have
guy.
you ever absorbed any of his material? Have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that?
I've tried.
Yeah?
It's pretty hard to listen to somebody who says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but now I'm going to talk. Or I don't know about this, or I'm not capable of debating this historian, but I'm going to just tell you what I think.
Yeah, but that's not exactly what Daryl was saying. I mean, Daryl's point of view, however you feel about this, what Daryl is saying is he doesn't really like doing debates. He likes to do long format stuff where he can really explain his position.
If you throw a lot of shit out there, there's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that.
I think
Dave is doing that, very obviously. Dave's a comedian, but he's now mainly talking about Israel.
No, I don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel.
That's
but
all I see you
I have
on the internet
opinions.
doing.
Yeah, but that's
Well, that might be what you've seen,
It's
but
just
I don't
you
think that's.
So
consuming
but that is also your shtick now, isn't it?
Well, what do you mean by that's my shtick?
Well, you're not a geopolitics guy in general, are you?
I don't even know exactly what you're asking.
I'm saying you've decided, being a comedian, you've decided now to become somebody who talks about Israel
This
and the
is not,
conflict.
I think you're incorrect. I don't think it's a decision. I just think you have long-form conversations, multiple of them. It's a huge event that's in the news, so it comes up. I don't think it's a thing. I think if you're on the outside, you'd say, oh, look, they're trying to get attention by talking about this very polarizing issue publicly. That's
but
not...
you do get attention from that. If you'd spent the last year speaking about Myanmar, you would not be on my lips.
Yeah, but
or a
he
lot of other
does
people.
talk about Yemen constantly. He talks about a lot of things that aren't in the news.
Well, I tend to talk about the conflicts that my government is directly involved in, which I think is reasonable to me. But I don't quite get, like, what's all the appeal to authority stuff? I mean, you have to be an expert, or
No, I think
what
authority
exactly makes
matters.
you
I
an
think
expert?
authority matters, and I think that if you just throw a lot of shit out there and then say, I'm not interested in the alternative views on this, and particularly when it's a counter-narrative that is wildly off. And when you get people, but this, look, I just feel, I should get it out straight away, I feel you've opened the door to quite a lot of people who've now got a big platform, who have been throwing out counter-historical stuff of a very dangerous kind.
You mean Daryl? Are you talking about Daryl?
Daryl, who's the other one?
I don't think Daryl has.
Derek.
I don't think there's anything dangerous
what's
about
the
what
other guy? Derek. What's his name? Cooper. Is it? Which one is it?
No, that's
it's Daryl Cooper.
Daryl Cooper. Who's the other one? There was one I just checked on the way here. Daryl Cooper, and then Daryl Cooper, Ian Carroll. Look, these guys are not historians. They're not knowledgeable about anything.
No one's calling Ian Carroll.
No, but then why listen to their views on Churchill?
Daryl is incredibly knowledgeable.
He's not.
It's just
He's not.
Yeah,
he's
he
not.
Why
He's
do you say
wildly. Several reasons. One is when he was offered to debate the current greatest living biographer of Churchill, he said, I can't, because he knows much more than me, and I admire his work and I've learned from it, but I can't possibly debate him. That's Andrew Roberts.
But you don't have to be able to debate people to have opinions.
No, you don't have to debate people.
If it's not your thing.
But if you, for instance, but if you say, I've decided that Churchill is the bad guy in
It's not what he
World War
said.
II.
It's not what he said. It's not what he said.
Neither Carroll nor Cooper have said that?
Well, listen, I don't know what Carroll said, but Daryl Cooper's not said that. What he said was he jokes with his friend Jocko, who's an Anglo-Saxon. He jokes with him. You know, I think that Churchill was the secret villain of World War II. And what he's saying is by Churchill's actions the war escalated. He's not saying anything.
He's not just asking questions, then, is he?
No, but
he's got a point
the claim
of view.
isn't that he's just asking questions. Yeah, he has a point of view.
You can explain this better. He literally says
yes, he
he's
said
joking.
in the comment, he goes, listen, I'm being hyperbolic. And then he once again disclaimed, he goes, and I'm not claiming Churchill committed the most atrocities or was the worst part, but in many ways, I do view him as the chief villain, as my hyperbolic, provocative statement. But
what's
Douglas,
the point of that?
well, okay, but Pat Buchanan wrote an entire book on this. Is he not allowed? Is he not an expert? Is he not allowed to be
He's
interviewed?
certainly not an expert. He can be interviewed. I've watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan debate against Churchill historians, and he was absolutely leveled because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
When did Pat Buchanan debate and get leveled?
About 20 years ago.
I'm just
He
curious. I
debated
haven't seen
against
this.
Andrew Roberts and several other historians at Intelligence Squared in London. I was there. He didn't know what he was talking about. He had a contrary view, and it was interesting and stimulating to hear. But if you only get the contrary view, which is, isn't it fun if we all pretend Churchill was the bad guy of the 20th century, at some point you're going to lead people down a path where they think that's the view. And that's horseshit of the most profound kind.
I don't think that's what he's trying to do.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. And the problem is that because your own platform has come about because you're a very successful comedian and much more, and you do ask questions, and you are in
children here.
but there are a lot of people who have come along, partly I think because they've come on this show, who have come along and they've decided, I can play this double game. On the one hand, I'm going to push really edgy and frankly sometimes horrific opinions, and then if you say that's wrong, they say I'm a comedian.
But wait a minute.
How can you tell me I'm just a comedian? I'm just throwing stuff out.
What horrific opinions is wrong are you talking about?
Should have done that a long time ago.
Once
No
guys
one
like
leaves
this
my
get into
people
very
out
obvious
cold.
stuff, which is
Guys like Daryl?
the ones I'm describing.
You
Very
need to
clear.
listen to Daryl to really understand what he's saying. If you take Daryl's words out of context, Daryl has some of the most nuanced, balanced, and charitable views on all the figures in history.
Well, particularly Hitler, it seems.
No,
just
you're
not
wrong.
true.
You're wrong. He doesn't. What did he call him? How did he describe him?
I think he compared him to a methed out psychopath who was holding an entire nation of people hostage, I believe was the
He
way
also
put it.
said on here that he wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 1930s.
No, again, this is
No.
Is this on your show?
No, he said he was not public about it.
He said he was downplaying it to win over. He said there was a period where he was downplaying it to win over popular support in Germany. Which is already
There is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s. That was what he was doing. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. He got to power on it, and he grew his power on the back of it. The idea that you can argue that in the 1930s, Adolf Hitler was downplaying the anti-Semitism. There's no historian who would agree with that. So why would you throw out the idea that in the 1930s, Hitler was not being anti-Semitic in public? That was what he was doing in public. He announces to the German parliament what he wants to do. So when you're throwing out claims like he was keeping it down in the 1930s, first of all, what are you doing? And secondly, why?
Okay. I mean, I think that it's kind of hard because I don't even know exactly what Daryl's point on that was, and so I'm not really in a position to argue what he was saying there. I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation.
I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see
Okay,
what
I think you're
he's
straw-manning
doing.
him, I should say.
Look, anyone can look up what he said on this show and others, what these two guys in particular have said on repeated podcasts with both of you. It's an attempt to downplay Hitler and always to do down Churchill.
I don't think you downplayed Hitler.
Whatever
You're saying I've
way they
downplayed Hitler?
No, I said in conversations with you and others, this is the shtick of these guys. They've decided it's edgy and funny, and I think this is very, very interesting and also very dangerous because we live in an era now that the right has got some mojo back in America. We saw years of crazy left overreach where they tried to make us all say the craziest things. And completely predictably, there are now figures on the right playing with really dark and ugly stuff on their side.
I agree
and
with
they
that.
are mainstreaming
I don't
this,
think
and I
Daryl's
think it's
doing that.
partly being mainstreamed by the two people I just described. Both of you have kept speaking to these people, and you don't get on the historians who know about this. And that's just alarming to me.
Well, can I just say, so because I kind of do agree with part of what you said there. Like, I do think it is true that almost as a reaction to like the woke insanity that we've seen on the left, and I think literally, I think nobody's been a more effective critic of that than you.
Okay.
I do think there has kind of been a right-wing reaction that has embraced racialism and is dangerous and not a good path
Yeah,
to
and
go
now
down.
they're flirting with Holocaust denial and
Yes,
Hitler
but you're
and
not,
absolving
but
Hitler
I
of blame
think
and
you're
much
wrong.
more.
I think you're wrong to include Daryl in that group. Now, the other thing is, I'm sorry, because maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying people that I've had conversations with have
These two guys are
downplayed the
examples
Holocaust?
of this.
Well, who are the two guys?
I
Daryl
just told
Cooper,
you, Cooper and the other
Ian
friend of
Carroll.
yours, and Carroll.
I've never podcasted with Ian Carroll. I have podcasted with Daryl Cooper once, and he absolutely did not downplay any of the Nazi atrocities at all. And I think that if we're zooming out here a little bit, maybe this is kind of part of the disconnect. Broadly speaking, in American culture, the idea that it has not been driven into people enough that the Nazis were bad and that Adolf Hitler he is literally the modern devil. He is much more so than the actual devil. Adolf Hitler is what's viewed as the most evil thing, to the point that, I mean, just my entire life growing up, if there was a guy who sold soup on Seinfeld who was like authoritarian. He's a soup Nazi.
Right.
Everyone was Hitler. The left called George Bush Hitler, and they called Obama Hitler, and they called Trump Hitler. Every single enemy that we've gone to war with is always called Hitler. Saddam Hussein's the new Hitler. Muammar Gaddafi's the new Hitler. Putin's the new Hitler. It is so the idea that like we haven't driven into people enough that Adolf Hitler was a really bad guy.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying just as the left likes to play with very dark, ugly stuff, and they've done it for decades. They have played down Chairman Mao's murder of the Chinese throughout his era in power. They played down Stalin. They still march on occasions with posters of Lenin. They've spent decades trying to do down evils that were done on their side. And I would suggest that one of the things that is going on at the moment is, despite, or maybe because of what you just described, there are movements now on the right in America, subcultures, including people who follow both of you, who are very interested in playing with this absolute beyond the pale thing. Why somebody like Jake Shields wants to play around with Holocaust denial? Why?
I can't answer for Jake Shields. I don't know.
Why do you think?
I have no idea. I think
I'm telling
a lot of people get captured by audience capture.
Captured by their audience.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You get a lot of positive reinforcement from a bunch of twisted people.
Well, it's also, I mean, there's something about, Michael Malice had that great line. He goes, when you take the red pill, you're supposed to take one and not swallow the whole bottle. And I think there's like this dynamic. What happens is, and then of course people know the red pill is the analogy from the Matrix. The idea that you wake up to realizing that so much of the stuff you believed was bullshit propaganda and is all lies. And this is a real danger when the establishment and the institutions are all caught with their pants down, having sold a bunch of very consequential policies based on lies. And then once people realize that, they go, well, what else have they been lying to me about? And then they almost want to look into every single thing and go, yeah, I think the whole thing was lies. Now, I agree with you. There's danger in that. And I think that there are some things that then people jump to conclusions that are totally wrong. But I guess I tend to look at that and go, well, then maybe the people with power, not random podcasters, but like the people with real power, should do a better job of not lying through their fucking teeth about everything.
Well, maybe you have power. Maybe you have power, both of you. We live in an era where podcasters have a lot of power. If you go on a podcast with Jake Shields, and Jake Shields goes on to another podcast and says he doesn't think 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, what do you think's happening there? That's an exercise of power. Okay. And I agree with you about the breakdown of trust. Absolutely. We have lived through an era where, in real time, we saw something called a conspiracy, the Lab Leak, which turned out to be true, as you and others said it might be from the beginning.
I find that to be very racist.
And against Joe?
How dare you against both of you?
It used to be
racist when we were saying that it was likely that the COVID variant had come out from the place making COVID variants.
Especially since it's made the exact
just seemed like it. Seemed like it was possible to us.
By the way,
ask yourself this: who has access to your medical history? In theory, it's just you and your doctor, but in reality, hundreds of shady companies called data brokers are keeping tabs on every symptom you Google, every treatment you research, and every pre-existing condition they think you might have. That's valuable intel for advertisers and insurance companies who will take any excuse to raise your premiums. But there's a way to get your privacy back, and that is with ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity is rerouted through secure encrypted servers. This makes it impossible for third parties to invade your privacy. ExpressVPN also hides your IP address, which is the number used to identify you on the internet. Without your IP address, data brokers can't use it to track and sell your activity. Plus, ExpressVPN is easy to use. It just takes one click. And it works on all your devices, phones, tablets, desktops, even TVs, and on up to 8 devices at the same time. This is why ExpressVPN is the #1 rated VPN by the experts at CNET and The Verge. And the best part, podcast listeners can get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN for free at expressvpn.com/Rogan or by tapping the banner. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description.
I was referencing the New York Times calling the Lab Leak racist, which is just the funniest thing ever, that they go, it's racist to think that there was a sophisticated lab where they were developing, like, gain-of-function research, and they go, no, what happened is these freaks were eating bat heads.
That's
right. Wait, that's not racist? The other one was racist?
On people who are as good as dead.
Well, that one fell apart in front of our eyes.
Well, it took 4 years.
It took 4 years. And I've said repeatedly, it's kind of inevitable to me that if you see something that is called a racist conspiracy theory fall apart and become also what we used to call true in a few years, it's likely to blow a lot of people's minds. But the question then is, do you help those minds that have been blow themselves out some more by doing a whole load of other conspiracy stuff? Do you decide to go, hey, what else have we been lied to? Maybe Churchill wasn't a great guy. Maybe Hitler wasn't such a bad guy. Maybe the Holocaust.
Nobody is saying that. No one is saying maybe Hitler wasn't such a bad guy.
You are saying that.
No
if you're
one's
saying that in the 1930s, Hitler kept the anti-Semitism down.
No, that's not what he's saying. What he was saying is that he didn't do it as publicly. He was doing it in meetings because the support for that kind of thinking wasn't as ubiquitous as it was.
I've seen this. I've seen this before. I know exactly what these guys are drinking. They're drinking a couple of very, very discredited historians like David Irving, and they are just regurgitating it. And it was always been the same thing. It is always an attempt to minimize Hitler's anti-Semitism actions. Eventually down the road you get to minimizing his actual involvement in the Holocaust, and then you can go on to the next stage.
You can't say that about Daryl.
Okay, I think what you're guilty of here is kind of similar to, I think, something that the woke left has done, which is this concept creep, where you're talking about some people online who are doing this thing, and then you're lumping in other people with them. Listen, I'll just say this right now. Daryl Cooper is currently, I believe, almost finished, or he's working on a big World War II series. And when this comes out,
what's it going to be on?
we can see. Yeah, he does long form podcasts. When this comes out, I am quite confident to say beforehand that if you're going into it expecting him to be downplaying the atrocities of the Nazis or downplaying the evil things that Adolf Hitler did, you're going to be disappointed.
My point is, why are we even talking about this guy?
Because you brought him up.
Yes, because he comes on podcasts like this. My point is, this is not a serious historian. He's not a historian.
He never claims to be. He's been doing these long form podcasts on these subjects for over a decade. And if you go back to 2015 and listen to Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem, it's an incredible piece. And it's
Excellent.
How many hours long?
30-something.
And it literally starts from the persecution of the Jews, where they're being driven out of Europe. It's like this horrific account of what happens to these people. It's what he's trying to do is paint a picture of how the world goes mad and how the world goes sideways. And he's doing it from the perspective initially of these Jewish people that are living in Europe, that all of a sudden their neighbors are turning on them and they're being attacked. Like, it's incredibly charitable. But what he's trying to do is show what happens to human beings when they're confronted with unbelievable atrocities and how things go so incredibly sideways.
Lots of people have written and spoken about that.
So why is he not allowed to? I don't understand.
Allowed to. So he is allowed to. I'm saying that there's a weird way in which figures like him, whose ideas are not being countered when they are raised, are given platform after platform to spread their views. They are welcome to those platforms. I'm not saying they shouldn't be platformed. I'm saying these are very, very fringe figures who are pushing ideas that are either debunked now, have been debunked before, or they will not stand up against somebody who disagrees with them.
Oh, okay. I would just say maybe this is the disconnect here. When you say there's, like, not pushback, Daryl's one line on Tucker Carlson, this one line where he himself said he was being hyperbolic and kind of says this to prod at his buddy, got more pushback than any one line I've ever heard on a podcast. There were numerous articles written by historians, numerous shows that covered it. People went through, there were Twitter threads about it. So I don't exactly get your point. Like, there was lots of pushback. If you're saying he should go and
now
debate
that's
somebody
fucking
who's giving him
swagger.
pushback on that, okay, maybe. I also think it's reasonable for him to say, I don't really do
weird,
debates.
Yeah, I think it's weird to mainstream very fringe views constantly and not give another side. I think that's weird.
Well, I mean, okay, I think there's a little bit of a contradiction here. You're saying now that these are fringe views, but then you're also saying that these are enormously powerful
No,
views.
there's
so,
no
like,
contradiction. Let me clear it up if you think there is. I think there are very fringe views that have become mainstreamed on the right.
But then aren't they not fringe by definition?
Sure, you can play an epistemological game.
No, I'm just saying let's
but
be
you
accurate.
do understand the concept, don't you?
That fringe ideas become mainstreamed?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
sure.
So that's it.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure. So you're saying that Joe shouldn't have Daryl Cooper on?
I'm saying
or that he should debate?
that there will have that if you mainstream very, very fringe views, which are easily able to be debunked, if you mainstream them, at some point that view that was so fringe will be what eager, very disconnected, unhappy people are going to start playing with too. And if these people are such experts in how you see a society go weird, they can look at what is happening to a portion of the right everywhere on this stuff. There is a portion of the right across the West that is playing this very dark game, and they're doing it deliberately, and you can't not be aware of that.
I agree with that. I don't think Daryl Cooper is doing that, but I do agree with your characterization.
No, but
I think it's a pretty important distinction there.
You're just taking this one statement, and then this where he's trying to joke around with his buddy. This Churchill statement, and this is the basis.
He
of
and
this.
these other guys are all doing the anti-Churchill stuff now.
But he's not doing an anti-Churchill stuff.
He and the other
Churchill
people
was,
in the orbit I'm
Churchill was
describing.
the author of this whole Operation Unthinkable, right? Where they wanted to use the Nazis to invade Russia. Wasn't that Churchill? Is that not true?
We're going to have to get into the weeds on Churchill. There is always going to be a corner which you can get me on a bit of Churchill.
But that's
you'd
the
have
point.
You'd have to say
but that's
what
the
you're,
point,
which
is
bit
to
you're
have
talking
a
about.
comprehensive view.
Yeah,
of
Churchill was never working with the Germans to invade Russia.
No. This is a plan that was drawn up. Do you know about Operation Unthinkable? Pull it up, Jamie. Operation Unthinkable was at the end of the war. I believe Churchill was concerned about the rise of Russia in the rise of the Soviet Union, and the idea was, and we'll find out what the historical facts are about this. Operation Unthinkable, the name given to two related possible future war plans developed by the British Chiefs of Staff Committee against the Soviet Union during 1945. The plans were never implemented. The creation of the plans was ordered by the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill on May 1945 and developed by the British Armed Forces Joint Planning Staff in May 1945, the end of World War II in Europe. One plan assumed a surprise attack on the Soviet forces stationed in Germany to oppose the will of the United States, the will of the United States and the British Empire upon Russia. Right. The will was qualified as a square deal for Poland, but added that does not necessarily limit the military commitment. The assessment signed by the Chief of Army Staff on 9 June 1945 concluded it would be beyond our power to win a quick but limited success, and we would be committed to a protracted war against heavy odds. The code was,
This is okay. First of all, I never do Wikipedia.
Okay, we don't have to do Wikipedia.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
This is just what Jamie pulled up.
Okay, but first of all, yes, at the end of the war, a plan requested that wasn't seen through, that suggests that after the defeat of Nazism, communism of the Soviet form is also going to be a threat to Europe, was simply an evidence that, it's obvious.
True.
It's what Churchill had worried about throughout the 40s. He worried about it in Yalta. He worried about it everywhere. I'm sorry, but I have to return to this point that this man manages to do one of the most heroic things in human history in standing alone against evil in its most concentrate form. And he does about as much as any human being can do to save the civilized world. If you just park that and you go on to a plan in 1945 to try to counter Soviet domination of Europe. You see what I'm saying? This is this is not doing something in the round.
Yeah, it's also look. I mean, look. I'm not even like I'm not at all the expert on World War II, and I'm not like gonna debate with you about World War II. But I would say that like there's a lot of room for nuance and disagreement with what you just said. You know, in the 20th century, we had 2 world wars. They're the worst thing, objectively speaking, the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of the world. And the Second World War is the biggest bloodbath in human history, and it ended with handing the man who you just mentioned, Joseph Stalin, half of Europe. So listen, if you want to argue, I'm Jewish and of German descent, so like I'm not against the argument that it was the Nazis had to be defeated and that was the most important thing, but there still is just the basic facts that it almost couldn't have gone worse. It was like just a nightmare for civilization. And if people want to look back at that and go, man, was there any other way this could have been handled? Was there any other way? Were there blunders that were made here? Now, personally, what I feel much more comfortable arguing would be that I try to blame everything I can on Woodrow Wilson as much as I can, because also he created the income tax and the Federal Reserve and did so much to damage my country. But I think American entry into World War I was really a disaster, and imposing the Treaty of Versailles on Germany was a disaster. I also think that's kind of fairly mainstream history. Like, that's not a particularly controversial view, that like imposing the Treaty of Versailles on Germany ended up in disaster.
Well, no, except that as Martin Amis said, the only way to not get to the Treaty of Versailles would be for Germany to win World War I. But yeah. Yeah, but we're not talking about the Nazis winning the war. Sure. We're talking about, you know, listen, I think that. But secondly, sorry, I just have to address that fundamental. You say the outcome of World War II and everything happening, it was the worst thing that's ever happened, and the worst thing imaginable, worst possible outcome. You said.
No. Just about.
You said worst possible outcome. Let me give you a much worse possible outcome. Hitler wins.
Right, okay.
Sure. So it's not the worst possible outcome.
I mean, that's true. Listen, but okay, Hitler, yes, okay, I'm not saying you can't dream up a worse outcome. I'm saying what you have...
It's not dreaming up. That's just what my country first and others went through.
What did end up happening was 60 million people died, including the Holocaust, and then Joseph Stalin takes half of Europe. So, okay, fine. I'll correct that. There is a worse outcome.
Right.
But that's not a great one.
No, nobody said it was. This is like there's a very weird argument that you now hear about this. This attempt to revision this, and I know why it's happening.
I don't think there's anything that's saying that's revisionist.
I think there is. But this attempt to sort of say, look, you know, at the end of World War II, what have we got? Stalin has half of Europe. What was the point, and so on. That's going on. That's going on, and there are people who are feeding it. That argument is very similar. This particular school of, as it were, history is doing something that I've seen happen with American history as well, particularly with Lincoln. Lincoln's an interesting comparison to make with Churchill on this. There are people who will criticize Churchill for mistakes made, not hard to do. Quite hard not to make mistakes while fighting a war of total annihilation against your country. People will say, oh, he didn't sort this out in 1945. You know, it's rather like Lincoln. He didn't solve every problem in the world for all time, but he solved a hell of a big problem for his time. And that requires some kind of generosity of spirit and understanding in hindsight, as opposed to, I will find something that he did that I wouldn't have done, because if I'd have been running the British Empire in 1939, I'd have known exactly how to do it, and I'd have known how to hold the whole thing together, and I'd have kept Stalin back, and he'd been great at Yalta. And
what a thrill for the children.
This is...
But I don't think anybody's saying that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there is a tendency of, like, woke left kids to do this, but I don't think that's what certainly not what I'm saying, and I don't think what Daryl's saying. I do also think that one of the bigger... kind of the bigger picture dynamics to all of this is that we have, at least since 9/11, been in a state of perpetual war. And all of these wars have been disasters. They have been so many lies involved in selling all of them. I mean, the whole Iraq war, the whole war in Afghanistan, just lying the whole way through. I mean, I remember literally having conversations with Green Berets in the middle of the war in Afghanistan, and they're like, George W. Bush is telling you that the army we're building up there is really successful. This thing's going to fall in a week without us. And then all through the Obama administration, it's just like lie after lie after lie with disaster disastrous wars. And so this does create a fertile ground for people to say, I wonder if they were lying about all these wars.
Sure.
Again, I'm not really trying to argue with you about World War II. I'd rather argue about these wars
ground.
today.
I think the interesting question is whether you're busy watering.
Sharp as ever.
Well, should you not talk about mistakes that were made overall?
Absolutely.
Okay, you should.
Absolutely.
Right.
I'm all for going back and looking at mistakes.
So what is your argument then?
It's a very weird thing to go back, zone in on a man, say this one thing is a mistake and should characterize him, and you ignore everything else.
You're taking him out of context when you're talking about Daryl, who's done, what was it, 30 plus hours?
So what? 30 plus hours of
but
podcasting. You do that in a week.
UFC 314 is headed to South Beach, and it won't be all glitz and glamour, but the stars will be out. Don't miss any of the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. It promises to be another banger of events, especially in the featherweight main event between two evenly matched fighters, Alexander Volkanovski and Diego Lopez. It should be wild. First time, just pick something simple, like a fighter to win, and make your pick. It's that simple. And if you're new to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Step into the octagon with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Yeah, but it's a very different thing. It's a very different thing.
He's not doing a podcast like talking to people.
Okay, nor is he doing scholarly work, nor is he working in the archives, clearly. Come on. I mean, he is not the historian of our era.
He's not claiming to be.
This is the thing, Joe. This is like punching jelly.
No, but you don't consume his work.
What I'm saying, because I don't need to consume endless versions of a revisionist history. I understand.
But
I know where this
it's not
comes from.
revisionist history. If you listen to his work, it's not revisionist history. He's basing it on historical work.
Yeah, I know, but okay. So this is my point about jelly. It's a shape-shifting thing. Comedian or historian?
He's not a comedian.
Historian or podcast? Would-be historian or actual historian? You say he doesn't claim to be a historian, but he's pumping out tens of hours of
neither
history.
does Dan Carlin. He doesn't claim to be a historian either.
You see my point about the move? It's like some weird jiu-jitsu move.
No, I don't.
Where you say, hang on, you know all about this as well. You say, I'm not a historian, but I'm going to spend my time talking about history. I'm not a journalist, but I'm going to spend my time talking about this thing. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm going to spend my time talking about this thing. It's a weird move, yeah?
No.
You don't think?
No, I'm a free American. I can talk about what I like to.
So what
what is the point
I've
here?
noticed you can, but
but
we
what's
all
the
can.
point?
The point is, what are you pushing? What are you watering?
What am I pushing?
Yes.
Liberty, free markets, peace, prosperity, not getting in another stupid catastrophic war, which we're on the precipice of right now. That's what I'm pushing.
What are we on the precipice of?
Well, I think weren't you just talking about it the other day? Everyone I hear on the inside says we're about to attack Iran. I think you just said something about that the other day. Am I wrong about that? I thought I saw in one of your interviews that you did.
Possibly.
No. Okay.
That doesn't mean we are on the verge of a war. I mean, you keep referring to we being in wars. There's a very big difference between a country having a military that's engaged and a country being at war. This country has not been at war for 25 years. You have not been fighting for the American homeland for 25 years.
Yes, we haven't. That's true.
Right.
We haven't had a war on our shores. We've been picking on third world countries halfway around the world.
Well, you haven't been randomly picking on them. I mean, Afghanistan, you went...
I didn't say it was random.
Yeah, right, okay. It wasn't like you suddenly decided to bomb, again, Myanmar or something. We went for Afghanistan to find bin Laden and take revenge for 9/11 and stop an attack like that happening again on the American homeland. That is very different from a country being at war.
Yeah, but that's a total mischaracterization of the war in Afghanistan. It's one thing to say that might be an accurate characterization of the special operations mission in late 2001, but then we fought a 20-year regime change war against the Taliban.
Because you got dragged into the quicksand of war.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, fine, but
Fine.
I thought it wasn't a war. Like, what? I don't get your argument.
No, I said it was a war. It's your use of "we," as if you're personally like suffering this war. I mean, you're a taxpayer.
When I say we,
we're taxpayers,
implied,
so
okay.
we pay for it. Okay, fine.
Douglas, would you
I
go,
mean,
if I went back and corrected you on every time you've used the term "we" to refer to your government or something like that? Like, if I were to say, "Oh, we just imposed tariffs on China," would you point out that I didn't, and it was the Trump administration?
I'm saying you take it obviously very personally, and that's your right to do so, of course. I'm just trying to make sure we're accurate here.
What do you think I'm taking personally?
Just that, the American wars.
Sure, yeah, I think they've killed hundreds of thousands of people and cost my country $8 trillion and degraded my country very much.
And there's a very good argument to make on that. I'm still slightly bemused about this move from I'm an expert on this and I have views to I'm a comedian.
I've never claimed to be an expert on anything.
This is the problem, Joe. I mean, if somebody
Wait a minute,
says
you have to claim to be an expert on something to have an opinion on something?
No, you don't have to be. You don't have to be. But
So what's
this is
the
like
issue?
I'm not a historian, but I'm pumping out history.
But wait a minute,
I'm
what
not
about
an expert,
just-
but I'm talking all the time about
But
this
you're not
thing.
even talking about specifically on what he just said.
No, I'm saying this is my point about this. You say I'm not an expert.
So what's the solution? To not talk about it?
No, it's to have more experts around.
Well, the expert
To
class
hear-
hasn't done a great
I
job,
know,
man. This is follow the science.
absolutely,
Yeah, but you know what?
absolutely, I
Okay,
agree
so fine.
with
So
that.
during
I just said to you, I agree with
right,
that.
I know.
But
So
one
Douglas,
of the problems
during
is,
all of COVID,
fire away.
I will put my track record against any of the expert class on COVID. I'm glad to do that. So should I have just shut up? Should I have shut up by opposing lockdowns and opposing
No.
vaccine mandates
No.
and
Well,
talking
that
about
was
the
the
lab leak
argument at
theory?
the time. You realize
that's
that,
the
right?
entire argument that you're making. Let the experts handle this.
No.
You're not an
You're-
expert.
You're
You're right. I was just a
you're
comedian.
wildly not listening to what I'm saying. I think you have to take. I think we should agree, perhaps, on the following: that one major thing can break down in front of your eyes, or many major things, and it does not mean that every single one of the sewer gates should be lifted. Okay?
Yeah, I get that point.
Right.
Who's saying it should be?
I'm saying this is a chatter on what is part of our side at the moment, is that a lot of the sewer gates are being lifted, sometimes by people who know that they're doing it, sometimes by people who don't, sometimes by people who say, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. But at the very least, there's some damn hygiene that should be required, isn't there?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but sure.
Just that. Let's have a bit of hygiene on our own side, not lift every sewer gate.
And when you say
not
our own side,
let-
you mean the right wing broadly speaking?
Broadly speaking, and I'm sort of funny about libertarians. I'm never quite sure. I always think I always say I think libertarians are essentially the bisexuals of politics. They should just choose, Joe. They should choose. It's kind of they just want everything as a buffet.
That's very funny.
Well, I think we want some things. I don't know. Okay, that's a weird way to put it, but I get
see
your
your
point. All right. Well, I mean, I don't know. Look, I mean, essentially, I just don't. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. But if your argument is that, like, you're saying I claim to be an expert, but then I have like a parachute to get out of it by being like, hey, I'm just a comedian who's just saying this. But I don't think I've ever like really claimed to be an expert. I
Why
have
are you going
opinions
around?
on
I know,
things.
but but
Because
if
I'm
you're
interested
not,
in these topics.
Yeah, I know, but isn't it weird to go around? For instance, let's get to the last year and a half. It's a bit weird to be simultaneously saying I'm not an expert on a conflict and talking about it everywhere.
I don't think so. Not really. I mean, I don't know. I don't think like I don't see how you
Do
can't
you
have an
talk
opinion
about
on
these things?
Which things?
All these things that we're talking about.
Some of them, yeah.
Are you an expert?
I am on some, yes.
On some,
But you talk
not.
about some that
But
you're not
some
an
are
expert on.
You'll
Right,
notice
so
that I
what should you
didn't
do?
just. You'll
What
no-
should you do if those subjects get preached?
Well, I think that you educate yourself as much as you
Shouldn't
can.
you say I'm not an expert and then give your opinion if you're
depends.
in the middle of a conversation?
I think it's, as I say, I think that it's a weird move to say, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm going to talk about it nonstop. I think that is strange.
Listen, I will certainly concede that I am weird. So I'm not disagreeing with you. It's weird that I'm as obsessed with all this stuff as I am. I mean, like, okay, I'm a weird guy. I tell jokes at nightclubs and then get obsessed with politics and monetary policy and like, okay, fine. But I just like fundamentally disagree with this idea that, which I really do think is quite anti-democratic in spirit and quite elitist, that there's an expert class. They can have opinions on all of these things. It's weird for any regular person who's just read about it.
Not my view. Not my view.
Seems like what you're saying.
I conceded already. I said a long time ago that I believe much of the expert class let itself and us all down very badly. And I think that happened in foreign policy in areas. Not every area, but it happened in some areas. I think it happened with COVID in many areas. But that does not mean that it's just a free-for-all. No. There are some things we can still verify to be true and can still agree on as baseline levels of agreement in a free society. And yes, everyone is free to air their views, but it does not mean that everyone who sounds off on an issue, whether it's World War II, the war in the Middle East, the war in Ukraine, has an equally valid point of view. No.
I certainly wouldn't argue. I mean, that to me is just batting down a straw man. I mean, I certainly wouldn't argue that everyone has an equally valid point of view, and I certainly wouldn't argue that there shouldn't be some standards of like who you would want to find interesting and talk to and who you wouldn't. But also, it's like, so let's have the conversation that like I don't know, like if there's if there are experts out there who can smack all of this stuff down or just destroy every point that I make over the years or whatever, like, okay, so then do it. And then let's see.
Yeah, I know, but, well, that's a bit weird because also then it's like the debate me bro thing. But
you just criticize Daryl for not debating.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, I know. Let me just make the main point. I think what I'm trying to get at, Joe, is that it's a bit like the Twitter algorithm thing, which is, yes, everyone is and should be free to say what they like on Twitter, apart from whatever the very fringe things of like immediate incitement to violence and all that kind of thing. But we all know that one of the oddities of Twitter, including since Elon took over, is that what you hope is a restored marketplace of ideas ends up pushing you really crazy shit.
Yes.
And that is what I'm suggesting is happening on a podcast level and maybe on a wider level beyond that. I get stuff on Twitter I just do not want. I do not want a guy with 1,500 followers who's got some zany new view on something, who isn't an expert but is an expert, to be pushed at me. And effectively what is happening with the Twitter algorithm is happening everywhere else as well. And we're all for the open marketplace of ideas. I want that. I thrive in it. But it is different once you get into the thing of, is something manipulating the algorithm behind? Is the algorithm being pushed on me? Why am I being given this? Why am I not being given that? Why am I being constantly pushed this view? And I think that the answer to a great degree is the same thing in your world as it is in the Twitter world, which is, if you go straight online and you say, you know, JFK file drops, watch live stream of Kennedy historians reading the papers live, you're not going to get any views. No one's going to watch it. That's what's needed is for the people who know the documents to go through the documents. But you and I know that if, as there was some guy who did immediately, you do something like live stream Mossad involvement in JFK, you're going to milk it. You're going to cream it online. The money comes in. I'm saying that there's a similar algorithm in all of our lives that we're not as aware of as we should be, which is that because we all know this at some level, that there are certain things that get a bit of your base going, or get people going interesting and crazy, and then they start debating it and all that sort of thing. And that algorithm of online seems to me to be spilling into the real world.
I don't disagree that there's certainly more sensationalist stuff will get you more clicks. I also don't think it's not really unique to social media or podcasting. I mean,
no, believe me, I write for the tabloids.
Yeah, right, this has always been true. Right? So yeah, okay, so it's kind of one of the problems of humanity.
Arguing against that. You know, it's certainly never my intention when I talk to someone to try to get more views. It sounds crazy, but I'm only talking to people that I'm interested in talking to. And in Daryl's case, it's because I've been a listener of his podcast for years.
Yeah, whatever you say, don't matter anymore.
This is like genuinely how I perceive it. Well, that's why you're here.
Gods, this contract was
I'm
cursed
genuinely
from the
interested
guy
in
that
your
leaves
views
out
as
your
well.
crew dead.
even though you completely disagree
There's a
with
wizard
him.
in Baldur's Gate that'll pay gobloads
That's
for a relic.
I mean, this is
Sure.
the marketplace of ideas in real time.
I agree. Although, as I
It's
say,
called an
I
art
think you're
song.
massively
But
underrepresented.
I'd give you a map of the temple and wish you a happy funeral.
Pro-Ukraine argument.
But my
and
mate
the
Brian
pro-Israel
gets hold of it
argument
like his
the
old
last 2
sodger.
years.
All I've got's the contract.
I don't know.
Can show
I
you
mean,
where we turn
well,
back.
That's my
if you feel
observation.
like
okay,
dying.
you're totally allowed to have that observation. What's the pro-Ukraine argument that you think is
Not
not
for
being
communal
represented
use,
enough?
it seems. Best
Well, my broad view is that, again, something to do with the algorithm, that anything that is conspiratorial about Zelensky or the Ukrainians in the conflict does very well. Anything that says, actually, the Ukrainian army is fighting to try to retain as much of their country as they can doesn't do as well. I think that everything that is pushing the idea that, for instance, the Americans caused it or something like that does well. I think everything that says actually in February 2022 Vladimir Putin's tanks invaded Ukraine and they shouldn't have done doesn't do as well.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that what Vladimir Putin did wasn't horrific.
That's not my point. The point is that after that, there's a whole set of things. Let's look at, for instance, the issue of corruption.
Okay.
Ukraine is a pretty corrupt country by EU standards, by World Bank standards, and it's been a problem as it is in that neck of the woods. And it's understandable that if the US is one of the countries putting money and arms into Ukraine, then it's going to be a subject of legitimate interest to American people and others, the European taxpayers. Nevertheless, you end up in this, and I know this because it's the same thing in the old media. You end up on like the new bit of the story, and there's always a risk that you will lose sight of the beginning of the story. For instance, I mean, Putin's corruption is legendary, gargantuan, and not as interesting.
Death
it
won't
seems
take
to
me
me.
yet.
The algorithm doesn't push that, and I think that's to a greater extent the case with the Israel-Hamas war as well.
Well, isn't there a little bit of a concern? Like, I would say a couple things here. Number one, I'm not denying, I don't know how the algorithm works or what it's pushing, and it's an interesting thing that we probably should all know more about, but I think there's a danger when you're, to just classify everything as, well, the algorithm pushes this and doesn't push this. It's like, it could also be that some ideas are just resonating more and some ideas are more popular than other ideas, and there's probably both of those things are at work in that dynamic.
Sure.
But I also think that something like, the reason why, say, talking about Ukrainian corruption is more interesting in a lot of ways than talking about Russian corruption is obviously because, like, well, one of these countries is an enemy and the other one is one that we're sending tens of billions of dollars to. And so, yes, debating on between Zelensky and the weapons companies, I don't know. He says he only got $70 billion of it, but we've spent closer to 170, so whatever. But the point is that, obviously, if there is a country that we are propping up, funding, arming, and they're corrupt, I would say my starting point would always be to be more concerned with that corruption than an enemy country, which it's almost kind of a given, is a corrupt country. Like, I don't know.
Agree.
I'm sure there are fringes of the right who might say, like, Vladimir Putin's some great guy or something like that. But that is, I really do not think that is the argument that most people who are critical of this, of Biden's policy, are making.
Sure. I mean, I think that one of the interesting things that happens in this is the old cliche of using the wood for the trees. It just happens an awful lot, and it's the nature of the old news cycle, let alone the current one, the social media era. Actually, I remember that. So I don't have to go back to World War II. Let me just very quickly. I remember this debate with Pat Buchanan when he was debating much more learned historians on the subject of the origins of World War II. And the whole thing got lost in all of this sort of mad puzzle of views about iron ore production in the Bavarian forest and this sort of thing. And I remember that everyone was all over the place, and the moderator turned to the historian Andrew Roberts and said, Andrew Roberts, why did World War II begin? And he said, World War II began because Hitler invaded Poland. And those moments come along quite often at the moment, which is Yes, there's an awful lot of very interesting things to look into. There's a lot of very interesting things going on which we should all be able to talk about and do talk about. But sometimes you have to remember the origin causes of things as well, and you have to stick to keeping that in mind.
Yeah, well, I
think that a lot
agree
of people are pretty bad at the moment of keeping that in mind. Like, you can concede Ukrainian corruption, you can concede all sorts of things, and still not lose sight of the thing of, if Russia rolls tanks into neighboring countries, it can't be allowed.
Oh, well, listen, okay, so on that, I think we have an area of agreement, and I do think, like, even while I much prefer the path that Donald Trump is pursuing to the path that Joe Biden pursued when it comes to the war in Ukraine, and of course this is, Donald Trump's thing, is once you piss him off, he's going to call you every bad nickname that there is. But when he
sometimes when you don't piss him off.
Well, sure. But when he said,
the Danes come to mind.
I believe he said that Zelensky started the war, or something like that, which is like, okay, all right, that's a little bit ridiculous.
He said Zelensky had started the war and Zelensky was the dictator.
Yes. Okay. All right. So
Trump said that.
Yes, he said, but it was after Zelensky pissed him off.
Zelensky started the war.
Yeah, but it was. This is how Donald Trump is. Love him or hate him, for better or for worse. Donald Trump, it's like if he feels that you disrespected him or came at him, he's going to be 10 times more vicious to you.
By the way, this happened 2 weeks before the disastrous Oval Office meeting.
Yeah.
And I wrote the next day, covering in your post, which was a big picture of Vladimir Putin with the headline, "This is a dictator." Just, again, as I say, not to lose track, in all of the melee, not to lose track of the basic facts.
Well, look, I will say this, as somebody who is, I'm very anti-war, broadly speaking, and I do agree with you that we should be able to have conversations about all the things that led up to the war and all the different, blunders that were made, and also still recognize that Vladimir Putin invaded a country and is responsible for, at least hundreds of thousands of people dying. And, my Scott Horton, who I always try to promote on here, he just wrote this book called Provoked. I think it's the best book that's been written on the history leading up to the war between. It basically takes you from the collapse of the Soviet Union up to the war in Ukraine.
Oh, there you go. To the bathroom. Maybe the store. go. Come on. Okay, kitty.
No choice but to keep going. Two steps at a time. Let's have some fun.
You sniffing where you ain't ought to be, friend. Might have to take that nose.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
Bollocks. Pheasant funning around while I'm stuck dealing with yobs. Fair enough. If you want to keep your insides up.
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looks unremarkable. Dry stones line the wall. At the bottom, something gleams in the...
On the hunt.
My faith will protect me.
Make it hurt.
What's the plan? moving.
This is my time. Let my enemies fall.
Got to concentrate. Time to meet your maker. You can
May the gods take you first.
take him.
The dance macabre.
Oh, yeah.
My fortune.
Let's end this.
Oh, okay, I see what you're doing.
Need to stay focused. Onward.
No time to waste. Over here.
Can't give up. Take you.
break them.
Take your...
Okay.
Got to move.
Okay.
Heading there.
Fuck you, Mr. Spider. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit, man.
These boots have seen everything.
Yeah, I make the checks. Oh, this murdered. Throwing rocks at, oh my god. Oh, that's beautiful, dude. He's just... This is bonkers, dude. Is it my... So I have control back? Oh, that's nice. I was just chucking weapons at her.
Let's have a look. Secure.
There is work to do. Take two.
All right, what now?
I just can't. Bro, how did they get down? He just died again?
The Blade of Frontiers. Let's hope Will lives up to his name. We'll need all the help we can get. There's no story. None that you're entitled to hear, anyway. Must we? No harm in a little mystery. I should hope not. Have you ever heard the people who want to talk about themselves? Sweet of you. But don't worry. I'm sure you'll get to know me just fine by traveling together. Thank you. I'm sure we'll get along perfectly well.
So, we're traveling with the famed Blade of Frontiers. I feel safe. Oh, what's to tell? Oh, darling, I'm hurt. I thought we had something special.
You don't sleep well, flitting between dreams and nightmares. Maybe you wake up because you know something is wrong. Or maybe you just get lucky.
Shit. No, it's not what it looks like. I swear. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood.
There, in the dim firelight, you see him for what he really is. A vampire, a slave to sanguine hunger.
I've never killed anyone. Well, not for food. I feed on animals. Bulls. Deer. Kobolds.
Kobolds
What
aren't
if I can
animals.
get? It's not enough.
They use swords.
Not if I have to fight. I feel so weak. If I just had a little blood, I could think clearer, fight better.
A strange sensation courses through you, and you focus on the source of the power, but it is quiet and still. It needs to rest.
At best, I was sure you'd say no. More likely, you'd ram a stake through my ribs. No. I needed you to trust me. And you can trust me. I only need a taste. I swear. Really? Let's make our settle.
It's like a shard of ice into your neck. A quick, sharp pain that fades to throbbing numbness. Your breath catches. Your pulse quickens.
That
Oh
was
yeah,
amazing.
Daddy. You like that owl blood?
My mind is finally
Be
clear.
up in the neck,
I feel
Daddy.
strong. I feel happy. Shouldn't take long. So many people need killing. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're invigorating, but I need something more filling. This is a gift, you know. I won't forget it.
You watch as he stalks off, stronger, more confident, ready to hunt.
It's prowling for bitches.
Still breathing, despite everything. A hero at heart.
What's next?
Never a dull moment.
Look what would stop this thing! And you! Hope you got a stomach for heights! What's it bloody look like? We're teaching this here pipsqueak to fly. You find it.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority. The goblin's nostrils flare, as if trying to judge you through.
We're leaving. I said there's plenty of.
on the victor's path.
On the move.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Okie dokie. Oh, he's leaving?
The blade will not bend. Still breathing, despite everything.
Yeah. Running some mods up in here. Took down my fucking owl, dude. See my rogue. Got the warglaves.
Come on, then. With finesse, forever dauntless. Today you fall.
Wait, what the hell just happened? I'm so confused.
Sharp as ever.
Said a bunch of stuff just happened to Will? I guess I could go back and see in the log what happened or in the video. Oh, okay. They surrendered. Fucking care if they surrendered. As far as they are right now, dude, they're just experience left on the table.
Don't touch me.
Give me my freaking glaive, man. You have a name, so you have to die. Unless he wants to talk. Sorry, bud. We're not playing Candyland. What I'd like to do that has a name. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't about to fucking loot that guy. You're all high. We ain't playing Candyland.
Something the matter?
Amethyst is playing Candyland. Yeah, dude, the warp waves are on point. I got a bunch of mods. My owl dude is playing a spell sword. I'm about to multi-class him into a Duskblade. He's at a level of Duskblade.
Shadowheart's attention is fixed on a damaged old statue.
Oh, no, I just left the gnome there. I totally forgot about him. I was just doing that for the violence's sake.
We should keep moving.
Excuse me? What the fuck happened there?
Nothing. The trick of the light. Well, looks can be deceiving. Let's just move along. Time's a rare current.
Flying is one of the better things. Let's see.
Give it a shot.
I know that look. You're wondering why I was in pain before. It's just an odd... It's nothing to do with the tadpoles, at least. It's just something I have to live with. Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. Positive. You can trust me on that.
Yeah, I've done it before. I haven't gotten very far in this game, but I've gotten to this part a few times. God fucking damn it, dude. I did it! Oh my god! don't think he made it. Yep. Not that time. Sorry. I wonder where that priestess went off to. You got a shaman class in here. Demon hunter. This is a trigger for 3-5, I think. Lets you just make investigation checks and get bonuses to hit. I guess it's a little different than 3-5. It's a different name too. This bitch, she gotta go. I'm not a fan. maybe she can stay. If we can get... What the hell is this? Prayer of healing. That's tight. Protection from poison. Get that the fuck out of here. Bane, goodbye. It's not your... You suck at doing damage more than anyone. Keep that, keep that. Alright. Okay. Borrowed knowledge. 5 healing. Oh, you missed it earlier, Rudy. I have werewolf turned on, and the werewolf has like a rage. So like I did it in the last like boss fight I did right before you got in, and he killed the guy, and then I didn't realize that it just like took control. So he killed the spider, and then he turned around. All 3 of my guys were down, and he just turned to the 2 next to him. Just fucking one-tapped both of them. Walked onto a web, got stuck, and then started chucking weapons from my inventory at my down person that he couldn't get to because he was stuck. It was fucking bonkers. Right. Human warlock. Alright. Alright, what else? Do I have either of those? Wait a second. Is that Booming Blade? Alright, we'll take Booming Blade. I'll take Warcaster, so we can use a reaction to Booming Blade. And then next one. I made it so they all get a feat every level, but because I'm using Spell Sword, my main guy doesn't get a feat every level. Kind of evens out, I guess. Buddy boy, come on. Do I actually have to, like, do the thing? Okay, so it's once a long rest. That's pretty sick, though. For 1 feat. Once a long rest. God damn it. There's a fucking little insect flying around up here. So it begins. All right.
On tippy toes.
Quiet as a mouse.
Where am I needed? No, never mind. Softer than a whisper. What do we have here?
Really? Now? Look it, Claw. Sapper's here. Unless you got another reason to be here.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Down, Claw! She's a little overexcited. Been a busy day. Lads are celebrating. We're celebrating, hooray! Get yourself a bit of fun before it dries up. Ripped the guts out of Joaquin's rest, we did. Inns are good for gutting. Lads even captured some Duke. Worth celebrating, that is.
Alright, who here's got the highest health?
Sharp as ever.
Well, hello.
Hey, babe. Yeah. Disengage. Nothing. Yeah, have a little fun, dude. What? They rolled 20. That's fine. Keep that.
Forever dauntless.
Are you fucking kidding me? How the hell? Idiots.
No time to waste.
He fucking casted True Strike in the fucking attack, dude. That's crazy. That's fine.
This will do nicely.
Let me strike true.
Battle favors the fearless. Watch and learn.
I don't know what it's making me check all the time. I think that weapon's like fucking cursed or something. But why were you not fine the way you were before? This is not comfortable.
Time to push my luck again.
That was stupid. That's really dumb. They're just, I don't understand the AI. But they're just taking attacks opportunity like that.
No holding back.
Dude, where was the other guy? There's two of them over here.
Looking at a future true soul, you are. Boss Ragslim says I'm next in line. Tribe? Tribe!
And the law and order are clean off. So much for the flaming. You ain't here. We sacked Joaquin's Rest and left it to burn. Drow flinging magic, no snapping heads. Inn's nothing but a pile of ash by now. Glorious. Bunch of prisoners got towed to Moonrise. City snobs mostly. But the Flaming Fist? Pile of smoking corpses. You ain't know the broken road. I'll tell you real north.
Watch your back.
The life you took will not go unavenged, it seems.
I wonder how well that'll go for them. He took out another one attack of opportunity from getting out of the chair. That's so perfect. How much voice do you have? Is it more than an ultra class? Seems to be.
Got to keep fighting.
What? What happens if you rub the poo on yourself? It's gonna get all my feathers. I don't think this happened to me last
The
time.
voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape.
Whatever.
Nothingness in every direction. Then there are 3 figures before you.
Ooh.
An armored male elf, exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile.
One of those is a dude.
Young woman with even paler eyes.
2 chicks.
These are my chosen. They speak for me. Aid their search for the prison, and you will be worthy to stand.
Prism, I bet that's what Shadowheart has. Cool. Well, this didn't happen last time.
You feel energy pulsing from the artifact, lifting the pain from you, pushing the voice away.
My power grows. My forces gather. The reckoning deepens here.
Don't give me that look. I don't know what just happened any more than you do. We should keep going.
I don't know what that toy of yours is, but I'm glad it's on our side.
I don't know. Not exactly. I suppose if we're to continue together, a group of us was sent to retrieve the artifact. I can't tell you anymore. This mission required utmost secrecy. If I reach my contact in the city, I'll have my men there. You have the truth.
A Shah worshipper. Not my usual quarry.
No need to thank me. This is out of pure necessity. There's nothing.
A powerful artifact indeed, to have caught the attention of the 3 figures in the vision, the chosen are searching for it. With the cult, you have evaded them so far. Thanks. Shadowheart has made her position clear. She will see that it is taken to... You still do not know what it even is.
Trust me.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't go that way. I went this way. get any sense. Didn't do the encounter with the owlbear. I wonder if I could still do that. Because I'm playing an owlman. I should have an owlbear. Whee! Whee! Okay, I didn't come back here last time either.
Currents of weave around these ruins are exploration merits companionship, and I'm flattered, I'm sure. But it seems you're traveling with a substantial amount of companions already. Maybe later, yes? I'll make my way to your camp and embark upon a suck.
I'm about to go buy this part venturing group down here. And I want to get that. I want to get Bone Daddy. Big old Bone Daddy. Right.
You're both twice as tall as me, but we don't know what that I'm telling you, and the crypt can wait. Got ourselves competition already. That's our ship. Oh, yeah? I ain't fighting him. Not a chance. We're leaving.
Guess what I'm doing? So I just one shot that guy?
No time to dally.
You alright? Okay. You wanted it. Oh, nice. I'm asleep in acid. Alright, Asterion. I think he's... Yeah, we're gonna have to... Come on, just come over here and blow her to death real fast. Thanks.
Step quick. On the victor's path. Making my move.
Need to act fast. Have to keep going.
Oh, God. Deleted.
On the way. No holding back. Might will prevail.
I'm ready. Have to keep going.
Let's go. On the victor's path.
Okay, that weapon sucks.
What should I do?
Some kind of magical bullshit.
Let's do this.
So hyped, dude. You try to run away, dude. That'd be such a mistake.
Battle favors the fearless.
How's you, Gibblebuck? Everything all right out there? safe out there. Get inside and I'll rustle up some bandages.
A long way to go still.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Come on, can't stay idle.
Time to deal some punishment.
Oh, mage armor. That'll save you.
What path lies before me?
Ooh. Rage. That will save your party.
Got to press on.
Finding my way.
Oh, wow. You know.
Keep them guessing.
choice but to keep going.
On my way.
This is my time. Today
At
is
Porsche. Mage Slayer, get him.
There's no time to waste. Take you.
There is, in fact, a lever of some mechanism to open that door.
Close. Hardly a challenge. Blade at the ready.
My faith protects me.
Looking ahead.
Wits and blades, always sharp. Strike hard, strike fast.
Dolo! Coming through.
On the move.
Another fight. Let's go. Try me. Let's have some carnage. Spill some blood. Battle favors the fearless. Dolo!
Is that all you guys can do is silence? Like, come on, bro.
Onward.
Can't even catch my breath. Another day, another fight.
Where's Bone Daddy?
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock. As the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from what was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list. But of what?
The gods.
Gods. These are the names of gods, once lost but now restored after the Second Sundering. Entire pantheons have dwindled and been reborn, silently recorded by this book.
Let's get going. A good wizard is hard to find. Let's make Gale feel welcome as best we can.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
My father once said, one does not pursue a champion's life, so it was for me. I was hunting near the Cloakwood when I found him in the fields, flanked by goblins. His mother's corpse bled into the soil next to him. I don't remember much of the battle, but I remember drying the boy's tears after. No, but he named me friend. But what of the others? The children never said. In the boy's tears, I finally saw the suck. The frontiers demanded a blade, and so I heeded. It was an even bloodier. It's made from pure bloodstone, carved from the Galena Mountains just north of the Moonsea. A reminder that sometimes blood must be shipped. But that story is reserved for lifetime.
Tiny grooves spider across the ice surface. It resembles a sanding stone used to confer with distant contacts.
A sending stone?
His breathing quickens. His jaw tenses. Will is keeping something from you.
What are you?
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. Your right eye vibrates, and a woman's voice echoes in your head. Beyond the voice, you find only shadow.
Keep out of my mind. I told you, the eyes are rock, nothing more. And that's the end of it. Karlach's fires raged in baulders. One of the archdevils. She fled from my reach. I can't bear to imagine the lives Karlach might be taking. The damage she might be doing. A powerful friend with a keen interest in privacy.
Now everybody wants to talk.
So the tadpole allows us to influence others.
Don't get too excited. Influence comes at a cost.
You have the ability to manipulate people, make them bend to your every whim, and you'd be cautious about it. That's no fun.
Sensible.
Did some bleeding arts show up to save the druid? Kill 'em!
Talk to me.
Never a dull moment.
Feel their anguish.
Got to focus.
This is my time.
breaths are shallow, his wounds deep.
What am I to do?
Take your...
Oh, thank you, thank you. I thought I was gonna die down here. They were asking questions about a weapon. I told them the only weapons here are the ones the Foulbloods brought. I must tell the others what happened. I step careful. There are traps in these tunnels. And thank you again.
Have a lot on my mind. Well, in it.
Trust no one. A crooked touch.
You're a true... You, not a step... The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
He's hurt badly, and
I'm watching. The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirming churns in your head. Your minds intertwine.
protect them.
You should search that corpse.
Edwin!
He's with the abs. You're a true soul. Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edwin.
What? And just, I suppose...
May the absolute... strange power resonates. Your limbs move of their own, while as its host's memories go to waste. The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you, strengthen you.
Oh my god. We. Alright, we got him.
Still alive. So that's progress.
I came just in time. You are transforming.
There she is.
Yes. And I'm here to save you again. Don't worry. You will not become a mind flayer. Not while I'm around. I'll protect you.
Why do I have a man chest?
We haven't much time, so listen closely.
How come I never
There
saw
is
this
great
before?
potential within you. It comes from that parasite. Your instinct is to resist the power it gives, but you must accept it, nurture it. I will keep it from consuming you, but for the sake of both of us, you must learn to wield it. A fight for the fate of Faerun. A fight we are losing. For now.
For now.
You can change that, but only if you embrace your potential.
Bro. Baby.
I have to go. The enemy is closing in.
I'll be back.
You'll feel better. I promise.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
You feel the quake of its heavy footsteps before you see it. An owlbear, its beaked face looming out of the darkness. The owlbear's one good eye flicks away for a moment. You follow its glance and see an owlbear cub. The owlbear stares, then sharply inhales your scent. It sits back, its eyes still. You can leave now, or step closer and die.
I love that goblin's just like, yeah, it's a really cool rock, dude. I'm about to grab this rock.
To live in more interesting times.
I test that 4 or 5 times to make sure it was what I thought it was. God fucking damn it.
What a day.
This is a fucking death attack, dude. Oh yeah, boy. Oh, okay. So they're not all attacking me.
It hurt.
Did you just log into your BattleNet? BattleNet just opened up. I think this was logged into yours last.
On the victor's path. Making my move.
Holy fuck no. Oh shit, that guy is fucked up. And now I gotta get in there so I can steal the freaking kill. 7 damage.
Heading there.
Drow Raider. These guys are pretty tough. Dude, that was not a good idea to run out.
fleet of foot.
That won't work. Got to move.
That dude really used a lesser restoration on himself when he was only blinded because he was in that area of effect. Because it's like darkness, I think. But he like lesser restored it anyway. This is really weird AI. He critically hit him. That's what? That's wild.
Imperativ. On the victor's path.
This dude's just sleeping. He's pulling a fucking Shikamaru. going on? Oh.
Imperativi! Yes, here. No holding back.
Again.
Let's get on with it.
Can't give up now.
Keep pushing! Duke Ravengard could be inside. On count of 3. 1, 2.
Raven Guard. He's here.
Yes! Now make yourself useful! Push, damn it, push! Inside! Hurry! We don't have much time!
Come. I'm afraid proper thanks must wait.
Fire! Hurry! Get this thing off me!
Yeah, bud.
Almost. Thank you.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Fiat Voluntas Dei!
No one back home will ever believe this.
Councillor Florey, are you all right?
Well, by the living gods, I couldn't have asked for a finer saviour. Scorched throat. A few gauntlet, a new duty calls. Drow have taken Grand Duke Alder. Report to the Manip and send for on your command, Councillor.
No, it can't be. You mean they've taken my...
Yes, Will. The Drow have your father.
The circumstance of my but pride is no reason to refuse help to my own flesh and...
Rescue Ravengard from his Drow captors.
Trust us to see it through, Councillor.
A champion indeed. Without him, the city faces collapse. In fact, I fear that may have been the intention of those who abducted him. Thank you. Go. You should... I will seek reinforcements. Remember where...
So Father said.
Fist?
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Miri! Miri! My wife. She was outside when the... She was wearing a green blouse. Have you seen her? No. Miri. No. Gods, no, no, no. You should have stayed. You should have been with me. I was in our room. If I just kept my mouth shut about that bloody dowry, she'd still... It's for her sister's wedding. We argued about it for hours. She said I'd never see her again. She was right. I'm sorry, Mary. Please.
Shit. You can put distance between you and father's words. Hard to argue with them. Floric spoke.
Not just a Grand Duke. Ravengard has more power and influence than anyone.
More than worried, in truth. What makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate so interesting? Whatever the reason, they've seized not just a Grand Duke, but the very future of Baldur's Gate. I know. When I look into a mirror, I see the Blade of Frontiers, and I see Will Ravengard. A memory of I wanted you to know the blade, not the shadow.
must take you first.
Drop your weapons!
I'll feed your innards to the ants before I do that, Istik.
This is your last chance!
No, look up. That was your last chance, Istik. Now burn!
Stop wasting time, Beretta. You're not here to play with the locals.
Of course, Kithrak. We merely sought to...
No excuses. Question, kill, then move on. Find the weapon. Our queen watches us. Fail her at your...
I hate to be negative, but those gifts will carve you up like a...
Challenge you to Mortal Kombat. How the hell did she get here?
Pounds in response to the Githyanki's white.
You stay put and keep your lips sealed. Ryder, my time is short. Lead me to...
Such a familiar tone. Were I not merciful, I would slice the skin, yet you are not bleeding. For I am your name, child.
Lae'zel.
Lae'zel. You will call me Gestil Kithrak.
Voss, Knight Supreme.
I am. A gate vessel has fallen. It is polyhedric in shape and inscribed with the sacred.
You feel Shadowheart's anxiety. The weapon that Voss seeks, her mind focuses. The Gith's suspicion cannot be aroused.
Take word to your Speak up, child. Affirm your mandate.
My mandate, Gestil Kithrak, is to locate this crash. I was infected aboard a Gate ship and need to be purified. Your mandate is to aid me.
Purified? Oh, Lae'zel, why must the truth be so... Only in death, but you were on the Nautiloid. You possess... You will give it to us.
Stand down, Knight.
Our queen's word, Beretha. See her skull split and her corpse... To Danos, to the sky!
Is he about to attack me? The dragon? No, okay. Oh. That's lucky. I get an extra party member, and I don't have to fight the dragon, dude. Right. Bro, these dudes are all tough. Oh, and Lae'zel is only level 1. So I never got her off. I never went and saved her ass. Okay, so that extra party member is not going to be any level useful. Alright, let's fucking do it. Saved it. That just did like half her fucking health though. Let's see. Okay. She's hardly ineffective fucking really anything.
I found my mark.
Okay, Will's almost dead. She's almost dead. Oh. There we go.
Take two.
Ho 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 ho.
Try something else.
No escape.
Okay, she can still do this. Oh, she got some heals.
Yes. Be quick.
The blade will not bend.
Excellent.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Unusual runes are etched on the slate, forming an array of arcs and circles.
Bro, I gotta fucking... That shit is big as fuck, dude. I feel like Flavor Flav wear that shit. No way, dude.
Magical energy courses through the slate. You're flooded with understanding. A mystical map glows before you, revealing a Githyanki refuge inside a temple. The slate also reveals the Githyanki's purpose. They are combing the Sword Coast in search of a polyhedric relic of great importance to their queen.
Still alive, so that's progress.
I'm ready.
Defender of the people.
Skaketh, I have followed protocol. I will be pure. I will join my queen.
Your skull briefly aches, and you are her.
I remember. You were on the Ga'arth, the Nautiloid. You carry a tadpole.
Note the look in her eye, the slight tilt of her head. She is sizing you up.
Yet even a feared Sard could not break you in battle. Yet I know of a cure.
Lies. Just get rid of her.
A Githyanki crash must be near. So says my queen's teachings. And it is many things. Githyanki protocol is one must be close at hand. We will comb the mountain pass and beyond. Make space, and my might is yours. Very well. A crash is near. We must see. I will await word at...
Let's move. The pride of the gate.
Keep your distance, darling.
Let's get going.
The pride of the gate.
Never mind. Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
beast reeks of brimstone and offal. Every breath is thick with blood. You hear what comes next before you see it. The sharp snapping of bones, and a yelp of pain as her body starts to twist and undulate. You watch with cold realization. This isn't the end of one life, but the start of another. Gnolls, vicious, monstrous humanoids, can spawn from the corpses of dying hyenas. Bones snap as the hyena is hollowed from the inside out, forming a vessel for something new. Her belly splits like a rotten fruit, birthing a frenzy of claws and fangs.
There's probably a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of dog with a baseball bat. Motherfucker. Yeah. Ooh.
Let's play. Don't linger.
Let's make this quick.
Let's get this over with.
Delicious.
Got to press on.
Coming through. Nothing will stand in my way. On my way.
Moving.
Fleet of foot. I wonder if this is worth the cost.
I'm ready.
Coming through. Still on my feet.
weakness! There's blood in the air.
Gith Yankee are impressive. Cold as I. Where am I needed? Never a dull moment. The stink of Avernus. Advocatus diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned. The Blade of Frontiers.
Mommy.
Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you.
A great heat roars through you. Her heat, fiery. Then you're lost in visions of the blood war. You saw it from above as the...
What was that?
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil.
I can explain.
Another vision. Karlak's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her rage and desperation seep into you.
She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
You saw the truth. I never wanted to serve Zar.
You served her. That's enough to damn you. You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes.
Shit. You really are no devil, are you?
Oh,
You would have died in the attempt. But the...
Truce then, eh?
Aye.
I'm Karlak, but you already knew that. And you are... Really now? First up, now that we're old pals, how would you feel? A little background if your moral compass needs... You already know I fought in the Blood War. It turns out I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable... I played along until I could get the fuck out of... Zariel liked it so little. She sent a bunch of goons, so-called paladins of Tyr, to take me back. Problem is, I'm not going. Fuck yes! They cornered me outside the toll house just up the hill. Doubt they've gone far after the scorching I gave them. Then...
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety, should the need arise.
I'd hug you if it wouldn't scorch you. Looks like your troops all trooped up. You'll need to send someone packing if you want me to join.
I suppose this affords me a little alone.
Excellent. Let's go. Wanna dance?
lot on my mind. Well, in it.
So, Will,
Not so much a story as a pantomime. And I've played my part all too.
go on. We're listening.
It means that a reckoning's coming.
You make it sound like a harvest of devils coming for your throat.
You're closer than you know. One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted. And I'll face my pennant. You're not in any danger.
Need any supplies? We've fewer mouths to feed now. 2. Both stalwarts of Tyr, sworn to uphold justice. The Lord of Justice sent us after a devil haunting this area. Talk to Anders if you want the details. I don't have it in me to recount the horror. Oh, you fool. We'll destroy you.
On my way. Where do I go from here? Something good here, I hope.
More skirt.
Count on me.
Outmaneuver them.
Back to the
Finding my way.
Impero! Impero TV.
Jimmy on the go.
Nothing important is ever easy. This is my time. What now? Battle favors the fearless.
Fuck them. Fuck Thariel. I won't go back. And if any of Mummy's little friends want to pick up where the others left off, they'll find nothing but a pile. No.
Might be useful.
Bro, what the fuck? Alright, good night, Rudy. I just saw this.
Whew. Had to let off a little steam. Granted, the fire's lasting a little longer than it should. How do I look? Careful, soldier. If I burn any hotter, hear that? Infernal engine for a heart. Lets me burn as hot as the hells. Seems to be running in overdrive since I left Avernus. Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon.
Yeah,
so
it's
it's
like a minute and a half delay.
Just don't get too close.
So like
till found a way to calm it
I
down.
can cut it if I need to.
Oh no, that's good. I just want my buddy the game. He's also a nerd. You wanna like do a 3-man group through?
Yeah, I'm done.
Right now. Can you show me what mods you grab? Like off of Steam or where'd you grab your mods?
Hold on, I'll show you. I got them like in the game. I started getting them from Nexus mods, but then I found that you can just download the mods natively, and they work.
Yeah, they're in-game mods, right?
Yeah, they work. They work better if you just get them from the game.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to do. So just show me how to do that, because I haven't looked into getting Steam mods. I'm not a modder. I don't do that often. So,
Yeah.
like, I'm almost done the game on my own playthrough, and I just wanted to, like, jump in, do some mod shit with y'all.
Yeah, let me see.
I'm hearing my headset a minute behind. Anyway, I literally just bought my buddy the game because he's poor, but he's a fucking great man. So,
Yeah, There you
I'm
go.
gonna ruin him. I'm going to bring him along in my life. I think you should meet him. He's a bit autistic. The only furry I will actually say I talk to. But he's not weird. My friend Tyler. I've known him for 15 years.
I might have met him. If he was at your parties, I probably met him.
Yeah, you probably have, but I have no way to describe him to you because he's changed a lot in the last 2 years. For the better.
Yeah, if I would have met him, it would have been probably over 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I just bought him this game, and I think it'd be cool for you, me, and him to do like a 3-person party for it.
Yeah, I'm down.
And we can just, like, the extra NPCs?
Yeah.
We're gonna ditch them.
Yeah, well, so I have one
we'll
mod.
Make a fucking, like, mind slave or whatever, and we'll just make him all strength and make him a fucking, what's it called? Chest. We'll make him be a chest. He just carries everything.
If you guys get all the mods that I have, I have I have all the vestiges from Vox Machina. So the gloves make my.
I know what Vox Machina is.
Yeah.
But I do not care.
It's like just the magic items from that. So the gloves that I have make your strength into a 26, and then I have boots that double your carry strength.
That is.
Yeah, but it's on my spell sword. So.
Do you know how broken that actually is?
Yeah.
Bobby, do you know how much strength and purity you have to wield Mjolnir in WoW?
In D&D.
In D&D? I'm sorry.
It's like 40?
Yeah. I know the stats because I looked at it.
I think you need to have 40 strength.
No.
Okay.
You need 24 strength.
I'm pretty sure in 3.5, I'm pretty sure it was 40.
No, it was 24, but you also had to, remember, Mjolnir can be wielded by anybody.
Yeah, you need...
With the certain conditions. AKA, you had to have a 24 strength, but it was mostly, it was the alignment to Mjolnir that made it hard. But they don't allow annulments nowadays. They're just... The sad thing I feel like most fantasy games nowadays have is reskin humans. Everything is a human with a reskin. Either you're a human with a minor debuff here, or you're a human with a minor debuff here, and it's like, no. If I'm a fucking dwarf, I should be slower, but I should be stronger. You know? My anger is with the fact that everything nowadays is just... Everything's a human. Which is a minor tweak to it, but they're all human. And it's just like... So the perfect human is the best thing, and everything that's a minor tweak to it is a monster? Weird. And who knows? All those scenes will be cut from the movie. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
It's Hollywood, baby.
Yeah, I think you got the reference on this joke in it.
So these are...
But to be fair, it's the opposite of the joke I was making about. Because, like, god damn, it is actually fucking serious. Shit. Oh, how do you feel about black blades?
Black lights?
Black lights.
I mean, I don't have any, but I have no problem with them.
I fucked up last night while drinking shit. I texted my electrician, and now he got the whole ball rolling, so I might have black lights in my basement.
Nice. That'd be sick for your basement.
Nice. That's more, my fucking pocket. To being a drunk fucking dipshit. But at the same time, if it works out nicely,
So it looks like we're both wrong about Mjolnir. You need the belt off Thor to wield it.
Oh, that's right. The D&D, it is a combo item. You're right.
Hold on.
Right. D&D is a combo item. But the belt also automatically
doubles
raises your strength to the strength needed to wield it. Which, if I correctly remember, is what, 26?
I don't know, because it says you need the following additional property. Mjolnir weighs 2 tons, requiring Thor's doubled strength to wield it. The hammer inflicts plus 48 damage. I don't even know if you can wield it if you're not Thor. Because Thor has 90, with his belt, he's got 93 strength, or 92 strength. So you might just not be able to wield it at all, unless you have like 46 strength. Like base.
That makes sense. It's a mythological dwarven star.
I have an add-on that I have Stormbreaker and Mjolnir in Baldur's Gate right now.
Where? What's stats in Baldur's Gate?
It's just like they're just a really good hammer and a really good axe that have like the throwing property. They're two-handed. I think they're two-handed at least. But look, I have 154 mods.
My buddy's downloading it now. I'm talking to him. Maybe next week you want to do like a once a week type thing, try and play this game.
Yeah, sure. I got my favorite mod is the one that gives Withers big old boobies.
I want to get that the WoW shit because that's cool shit. But I would love to guess boobies. Damn straight, I'm gonna be